policy. So, everywhere there's gold accounts, and we've got gold accounts in Russia as well. You can open a gold account at the bank. But the thing is that these guys actually cover their positions. They don't run fractional reserve, as we would call it. They don't run these leverage positions or uncovered obligations. So they cover them, and so there is enormous demand amongst.
Hey, Darren. Man, my eyesight. Darren, I almost called you Daryl. Hi, Darren. Red Pepper, Nara. Carnegie's Painter. Hi. My man. My man, I would have to say, because you're a new name, you come in first today. Red Pepper, Augustin, but Darren was here first. Josh, Eddie, Michael. Okay, so I'm going to get Ham on here, but let's see. It's a hell of a week. Hell of a thing. Killing a man. It's a hell of a thing, killing a man. I just want to remind you very strongly that RAIL, which is RLAIF, completely unrelated, completely different parties, completely different world. It's down a little bit today. Yes, I understand that. But I think what happens with these stocks, and I'm not saying necessarily finger, but what happens is hot money gets in there. So whatever's going on with RAIL, if it doesn't catch hold, that hot day trader gets out and goes somewhere else, tries to get something there. But he'll be back. They're all men. They're not women. Wouldn't do this crappy business. So I think RAIL is a buying opportunity. I still expect that that's going to be now. It steps in front of Nixie as the best year-end trade. Maybe. I could be wrong. That's the problem. But I won't be wrong by much, I don't think. Nixie, I think, is Elvis Presley trade. The Dow's up 700, 800. Not for nothing. Everybody was panicking, and I look. It's not about me. It's not about me. It's about some of the sources of information that I follow. I said, don't worry about it. I think the Dow's going to recover. NASDAQ, S&P. We're going a lot higher. It's just how it is. It's just how it is, boys. So let's see where Finger is. I went on a call with Ham this morning, and I initially thought, wow, this looks a lot like a real investment bank, Roth Capital, because I thought they were trying to maintain the price, but they're not. Roth is just acting as a flow through to the criminals. They just gave the stock to the shorts. What happens is companies like Armistead and the rest, they short the stock down. They know an offering's coming. They sell it from 250 all the way down, and they become the buyer in an offering. So Roth doesn't have to do anything. They just put the deal together, collect their commission, and the money comes from you. But you don't get paid. I think Roth Capital should be ashamed of themselves. And I have a friend there, but I now think Roth Capital is a highly suspicious firm. Highly suspicious. That's my opinion. They have a responsibility to maintain an orderly market. They didn't place this stock well. They didn't give it to real investors. Roth Capital is criminal, in my opinion. Anyway, so that it's 2 million shares. The market cap is still 100 million. I mean, why do you need to go to an investment bank? They do their due diligence and they price it. They price it at 150 so it can trade at 129. No, this is all corruption. This is what the SEC needs to look at. Who sold this stock before the offering? It's illegal. Jail time, but they don't care. They don't care. This is how Stevie Cohen makes his money, by the way. This is how Larry Flink makes his money. This is how Goldman Sachs makes their money. It's how they do it. Anyway, we'll have Ham on to talk about that. There's some positives here. I see it's a one-off. It's going to stop. How do they use the money is the big question. And from the interview I did with Martin, it looks like they're going to use this money for that emergency vehicle deal, which is huge. So this can all recover very nicely. This might be a great opportunity to buy more shares, but this is broken down. The chart's broken down. I started thinking the chart looked good. It looks shite right now. And you've got tax loss selling. You've got the siren song of the dollar stock price. I'm not particularly optimistic here. I think Roth Capital is a crap firm. They're doing a shite job supporting this price they came up with. The stock was trading at $2.50. They can't support it at $1.50. They're just a crap firm. They're a crap firm. There are no good investment banks anymore. There are no investment banks who are honest. Roth Capital is not honest. This is all my judgment. But anyway, being angry doesn't help. I would tell you, and I'm gonna text Ham right now. I would tell you, well, I got to make sure everything works because my dog got all the wires tripping, things falling over. Poor guy. If I were in a position, I've already made my small bets on Rail and the stocks I've told you about. You can think about, darn it, I don't like this. It's down 35%, but at least theoretically there's a buyer here right now. Yes, it's at a much lower price, but you could take a loss in some of this. I don't think there's a squeeze coming anytime soon now. Where's the squeeze? So you're not going to miss out. In my judgment, Ham might have a different opinion. I don't think you're missing out on a squeeze here at all for a month or longer. I haven't been a big advocate that there's going to be a squeeze. So anyway, I really want to suggest to you, and I'll write both numbers down right here on my pad of paper. You could sell Finger at $1.29. So, and then you could sell one share of Finger, and you could buy RLAIF at 0.0345. So you could buy, I don't know how many that is, 3. So you could buy, you're at 1.29 divided by 0.345. So you could buy almost 4 shares, 3.73 shares. So you could turn one unit of one bet on Finger Motion into almost 4 bets on Rail. And I'll make a prediction. No, it's too much. Well, why not? You'll remember it. You'll hold me to it. You'll say you were wrong, you were wrong, you were wrong. I will make a bet with you. I don't have any money to bet with, but I'll bet you a Coca-Cola that Rail has a shot of ending the year, last trading day of the year. Let's find it. Let's find the last trading day of the year. Tuesday, December 31. I think Rail could be more valuable per share than Finger. Now, I don't think Finger is going to stay down into January. But Finger has a problem here. This is a crap investment firm. Roth Capital should be ashamed of themselves. It's not a real investment bank. It's just a front for the criminals. I think any CEO that does business with Roth Capital should have their head examined. And I have a good friend that works there. I'm so disappointed. All right, so anyway, today is the 20th. So we have 1, 2 and a half, 3, 4, 5 and a half. We basically have 6 days trading. So I think at the end of December, Rail will be worth more than Finger Motion per share. Now, I'm not saying that's a permanent thing for Finger. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that one thing you could do in your frustration, put new money to work, or, you know what? It's almost 4-to-1 right now. It's almost 4-to-1. Maybe I'll sell 20%, 25% of my Finger, 20%. And I'll go buy Rail, see what happens. Wouldn't it be fun to be able to sell Rail on January 2nd? That's so you didn't have to pay taxes on your gain. Or maybe January 6th, that's the Monday. And maybe reestablish your Finger position. But what I'm going to suggest to you with that money, because if you're establishing a loss in Finger, you're going to still have to wait 31 days. I mean, a total of 31 days to buy back Finger. But what I will suggest to you, this is my game plan for you, not for everything. It could be for new money. I'm not giving up. I'm just saying, let's take some action so we don't have to be the victim of the shit investment bank and investment banker, Roth Capital. Whoever, I'm going to find out who it is. That investment banker is a completely dishonest human being or incompetent. Of course, it all comes down to the regulators. They just get away with this. Anyway, what I'm going to recommend, if, and I'm not, look, I'm doing it based on momentum, looking at the charts. Rail pulled back just like this back in November, and then it went on a 6-7 week run. That's what I think is going to happen very soon. And if Rail turns up, come January 2nd, maybe, or January 6th, I don't think I'm going to tell you to sell and buy Finger yet because you want to establish your loss. I think I'm going to tell you there's a stock out there that's gotten very pretty, very sexy, very tricky, very quickie. And I think if the gods allow, so to speak, I think you can buy Rail right now. It's on sale. Last trade, $33.75. That's even cheaper So I'm going to write that down. 33.75. All right, HAMSh here. Let me get the speaker working. I was just gonna give you two. No, he hasn't.
Battery
It's
70%.
Let me just tell you what his message system says. It says, I can't tell. Anyway, his message says he's on like sleep time on his message system. So I don't think he's even seen my message yet. I've got to hang up my phone, get the speaker on, and then call you back. I don't know why it's wrong like this. All right. So anyway, you can sell one share of Finger, buy or don't sell Finger, buy more. I'm not being negative. This is probably as low or close to as low. They're going to try to get it down. But what I'm trying to emphasize, I think you can make money in Rail. I think you're going to be able to make money in Nixie. And there's some other stocks, but right now, that's all I can think of as my strategy to give you a winner. Even if it's small, it'll make you feel better. All right, let me turn this back on. And I do that based on the charts, based on the business, the presentation I've shared with you for Rail, and I've shared with you the Nixie website. I also base it on the announcements each have made. It's all public information. It's just they have the positive energy. Anyway, let's get Ham here. Let's make sure this works. Okay, I think that works. Okay. I think that works.
Hello.
Yeah, I think it's all working.
All right. So William, you tried to reach out to Martin, he hasn't responded yet, right?
Right. I don't think he's seen it yet because he must be in China or somewhere. His message says silence or something. I forget the wording. It's on silent. But I'm sure he'll respond.
I have Tom Roth reaching out to him to retain him and hire again. He hired him maybe 4 years ago. That's when the stock ran to 17. Tom Roth was there, but Tom Roth just did a stock NYSZ. I can't remember the symbol. It went from $1.30 to $8 today, and we're going to get him. Tom Roth is an expert and has a network of people that buy stocks that are being heavily naked shorted, and Tom provides the data and the details on it, and we're trying to get him hired again. I can't get that report. It's like $30,000. The company will have to buy it and get the report. I can't do it. So, I have Tom reaching out to the company. We have William reaching out to the company. The company did a deal at $1.50. Now, I know everybody's pissed off. I got it. The company is raising money. The exchange of shares is for money. They didn't do a deal going to zero. This company has a business. That's true. Are they funding it to drive revenue? We'll get it from the CEO when he talks. But the stock is trading like it's going out of business. It's a negative that they got money, which is completely being manipulated by short sellers right now, trying to push it down, trying to choke anybody who's buying the stock. This is complete manipulation. The company raised money to increase their business, not to go to Las Vegas and have a party. All right? So the company is doing the right thing. I know it's not what we want to see. It's not what I want to see. But when the government's not bailing us out, I guess the company made a determination that they have to make sure they're protected, and they did. And the people that gave them the money, I'll have to assume are bad people trying to cover. So if the shorts, who I believe are short 230 million shares, bought back 3 million shares on this offering, and there's warrants of $1.50 or 5 million, the company will raise about $12 million, and the shorts will be able to cover 8 million shares if they bought them all. Now, I don't know about you. I know everyone's unhappy because of the price of the stock. We were unhappy with the stock at $2. Why would we not be unhappy here? I got it. But the difference between at $2 and where we are today is that the company's got 5 million in the bank and another 7.5 if they buy the warrants. So that is something that is real. The company has money, and they're not going out of business because they don't have money. The key is the CEO using the money to drive revenue. All right. Obviously, something's going on that front. If it's that, we're in a good spot and everything's okay. But we have to wait for the CEO to tell you, I don't know what they're doing with the money. For all I know, they bet on the Cleveland Browns the other day and lost money. I don't know. All right, so I got it. Companies raise money. GME raised money. And trust me, I make fun of them every day. The shorts bought that whole offering, and the stock went up 33% from 20 to 30. And it's still strong. Why? Because now the company has money. Everyone on Twitter is talking about GME is a world-class player now because they raised money. Well, why wouldn't that stand for Finger Motion? Finger Motion has a business, and they just raised 5 million and potentially another 7 million. Right?
Yeah.
So is it negative for them and good for them? I don't know. NIXX just raised money at $1.50, and the stock went to where? 8? I don't even know where it went to. I don't know. The stock went up. They raised money at $1.50. Am I correct, William?
Well, they didn't raise it. They just put out the shelf registration. But yeah,
at $1.50.
I think it said $3.20, but
$3.20, yeah, and the stock went higher with the 6.
It never. Yeah, it went higher. Yeah.
So why would this go lower? The reason it's ticking lower is because the naked shorts are throwing more shares out there, and they're washing trades. I watched one for 300,000 go by. It went from 1.7 million to 2 million in 1 second at $1.30. They crossed 300,000. So they're washing trades, trying to create more negative value. Listen, I got it. They raised money at $1.50. I understand everyone thinks it's a negative. The shorts are making it look more negative. For what reason? I don't know. The company raised money to enhance their business, not to go out of business. KNW raised money, but it's a toxic note, meaning the Lynn partners can convert it a penny. There's no more conversion. It's $1.50, not $1.25, $1.50. So the guys who just bought the secondary, they're down 25 cents. If they didn't sell it yet, they're down 25 cents already. Right? How do you think they feel? They just put up $5 million, right?
Yeah.
Am I correct, William?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Roth is a shit firm now. But if they're legitimate, they're gonna use the green shoe or whatever. They're going to use their responsibility to maintain the aftermarket. They're going to get this back to 150. So, but it doesn't look like that way. It doesn't feel that way today, but it's their responsibility if they're a real investment bank. I don't know if they are.
Listen, my friend Tony works there. He's a 40-year vet. He doesn't work in a shithole place. If there's guys that are doing deviant stuff, the hedge funds that did the deal, he has not, these people.
Well, that's true. That's true. But it's the bank. They mispriced it.
I'm sure Roth Capital didn't say, Armistead, hey, are you short the stock? You want to buy some? I'm sure they're not calling around. They let people know they're raising money, and the deviants went all over it. That's what happened. You know, when there's a secondary, the firm has to talk to somebody, correct? How do they raise money? They have to tell people, correct?
Yeah.
So that information in the hands of bad guys is what we got. That's why they're attacking. Listen, I can't stop it. The company's got the fundamentals to move forward. They raised the money at $1.50. If you're selling it below here, I feel sorry for you. I can't do anything about it. The criminals are doing this stuff. If you're angry and you're mad, call the SEC. Just report it. You want to know what the short position in the stock. Can you follow the sell tickets? You know, this guy William and Ham talk about it all the time. The sell tickets don't come to us. We're reporting what we see. This is criminal activity, and this is Wall Street. President Trump has blown this opportunity to attack these guys. He saved the crypto industry with his statements. He has not saved the equity markets yet. I don't know why. If he did, we wouldn't be dealing with this nonsense. And I don't know why. If I knew if he wasn't going to do anything, I would have voted for the other piece of shit. What's the name? Kamala. If no one's going to do anything. We need equity markets fixed, not more fucking, we don't need more looting. I don't need people like VIRT laughing in our faces while he steals everybody's money. These guys are all criminals. They're all short sellers, they're skirting the system, and they deserve to go to jail. And Trump needs to speak up. Devin Nunes, they need to make more noise. I don't know why they're waiting. They're abusing their shareholders too. But again, finger motion, raise money for a reason. They didn't raise the money to have a party. Let's hear the CEO tell us what the reasoning is. At that point, I will make a determination if they're idiots or not. At that point. If the company says we're raising the money to start a new business, you know what? That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear they got the money to drive revenue on the deals that they have in place right now. Because if those deals are in place and need funding to make them grow faster, then it's a great thing. And that's what I believe it's going to be. So I'll have to wait till he gets on board with you, William.
Yeah. Just three things. I think there's going to be research coming from Roth Capital. Secondly, this transaction, unless I misunderstand it, I mean, there are those warrants there, but I think it's a one-off. It's done. It's ripping the Band-Aid off the boo-boo. It hurt once. It's done. And then it really, like HAMSh pointed out, if they spend this money, let's say on those emergency vehicle deals, I don't know. This could be a very positive development for the company. So. It is the responsibility of Roth to get this stock back to 150 if they're a legitimate investment bank doing a legitimate.
Let me answer the question. What's the negative? And I'm not for doing secondaries. You got the wrong guy. They raised $5 million. What's the negative of the $5 million? The dilution.
3 million shares, and then I guess it's a 8 million share dilution, if you want to call it that. It's not dilution if it's spent properly. So you got what, 60 million shares outstanding now?
Yeah. And if they do the 8 million shares, the 8 million warrants, the company gets another $1.50 times 5 million. Right? Was that another 7.5 million? So this company could walk away with $12 million for the dilution. If I'm short 230 million, I'm buying all those warrants and every share of stock that these guys have bought, I would be buying it all to cover it, right? That's what I would do. But yet the company's got 12 million. So what's the negative? The shorts got to cover some shares that they sold, which is a negative. But the positive side is the company's got $12 million potentially. The Band-Aid's been pulled off, like William said. And now, if the fundamentals are what they are, or Trump comes out and says something, Nothing has changed. We got 220 million shares still short. Plus the 1.7 million. I'm curious to see if the 1.7 million disappears December 24th. Because now I've been telling you that was the most moronic trading creation to short those shares and pay the fees. And if they had the inside scoop on this thing, then that trade is what it is, inside information. And that short seller who borrowed the shares and covers on the secondary is illegal. So I'm looking to see if that disappears. If it does disappear, that means the 1.7 million's been shorted already, around 220. Correct?
Yeah.
And if they covered it at $1.50. They made 70 cents on 1.7 million. That's a good trade. But there was no reason to be in the stock doing that trade unless they had the inside information about this secondary. And we'll get to see if that disappears. Then we know that guy, whoever did that secondary, who did the real short, he had information about that transaction.
Someone's saying, what's the deal with Roth? They sold $5 million worth of stock at $1.50. It includes 5 million warrants, 5-year warrants, exercisable at $1.50.
Right.
There's no prospectus that I can find. Maybe I can look now. There's no way to dive deep into it because I didn't see anything on the SEC website. I'll look. It'll be filed.
Well, again, William, I'm not trying to spin this as a positive. I'm not trying to say any of that. But companies raise money all the time. Companies raise money all the time, and the stocks go up.
Cliff is pointing out it hasn't even closed yet. Let me check what the news says. That it closes Monday.
It says it closes the 23rd. That means the company gets the money on the 20th.
All right, so it's not even. So they announce it. They started shorting the hell out of it. Oh God. I think it'll stabilize at $1.50.
William, they shorted it already.
Yeah, they already shorted it.
They already shorted it already. Listen, all you're seeing right now is the naked short putting more pressure on it. That's all you're seeing right now. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to see here. There's nothing else to see. They did it already. They did this already. They had the scoop already on this. Someone had the information about this. There's no question they knew that already.
Yeah, it's a good chance to buy the dip for long term. I think the next couple of weeks are going to be probably a little difficult. Just more pain, ridiculous. Max point.
William, I did not create the equity markets. It's all fraud. I say it every day. We've been policing this as close as we can, 24/7, every day, every detail. The company raised money. We are not the company. I can't control that. The company did it. They manipulated. The stock was taken off the other day at 270. I posted, stocks do not trade. Stocks do not trade like that. something is up. And what was it? I didn't know the secondary was coming. I put it up on Twitter. I put the chart. Look at it go up and down. These guys manipulated the stock straight down and were selling all they can down to $2. It stopped at $2, and they did the deal at $1.50. Was $1.50 negotiated before, and that's why they stopped at $2? I don't know. That's what it looks like to me. If it was going to be a bottomless pit, they wouldn't have stopped at $2 yesterday. It would have knocked it down to $1.50 yesterday. But I guess they felt that if it kept going, the company wouldn't do the deal then, right?
Right. Mad Max says, does this mean the audit's finished? I think so.
I have no idea. That was a good. You said that before.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I have no idea.
Connie Liv says this is another AMC and GTII. I don't see that. I think the company.
Connie, listen, Connie, watch the video of the CEO. This is a company that has real business. AMC, it was a business going out of business. Right. It was they needed to squeeze the stock to pay off their debt. That's what they did. The CEO continued to do that and raise capital and never help the shareholders. This company said they're issuing a special dividend. If the CEO backs away from that, then I'm going to be pissed off. But this is.
I actually think. I mean, this isn't the kind of financing that I was led to believe was coming, but I think the next news could be revenue deals or earnings or what's going on next year. So we'll see. And what if there's a research report that
There is. It's a lot. There's going to be a research report. I've been telling you that's what I thought they were doing.
Jack says GTII and finger. I had such high hopes. Okay.
Number one, go ask Richard. GTI is not dead by a mile. Okay. We have a merger partner that's ready to go in there as soon as they give the audit. I can't control that. There's a court appointed guy that's going to clean it all up and it'll be ready to go. So it's not dead. Finger motion is not dead by a mile. We got abused by a short seller. The government doesn't protect us, and the company raised money. We don't control any of that stuff. But we know Lynn Partners is the short. You can see what they're doing to KNW. That is a death spiral. That stock will be a penny. Finger motion has the money already. Finger motion has no offering at a penny. It's $1.50. If they want it shorted against $1.50, there's nothing to short against. There's warrants, but they got to buy the warrants. They can't keep sitting there shorting warrants if the fundamentals are going to be worth more than what the stock is doing. It doesn't pay. You're out of your bird. It doesn't make a difference. And if I was short, I would buy those warrants in a second to cover my short. We know the short's here. So there'll be nothing into the marketplace. All you're seeing is manipulation and crosses trying to get you to sell. If you can't see it, I'm sorry, but that's what I see 100% what's going on.
Did Roth sell this to the main short?
You know what, something? I hope he did. You know why? If you're going to do it, the company gets $12 million. Now the company's got $12 million and you're still short. You tell me what's the positive for the short. The company just gave them bullets to shoot them. Am I correct, William?
I would prefer if they didn't sell it to the short, but hey, they got the money. And look, this is the status of this non-regulated, non-enforced market. The CEO raises money from the criminals.
Listen, that's all that's out here are criminals. Listen, I do not support raising money. That's not what I'm about. The company did it for whatever reason. We need to hear the company tell us. If the company's doing it to just have a party, then we're all dead. But I don't believe that. But we have to hear the company say that. It's not me. The company needs to say that. I met Martin. I heard him speak. I know they just sold stock to their friends at $1.50. For 6 months, they're locked up. Wait, did you remember that?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
their friends bought stock at $1.50 in a private placement. Remember a couple of months ago?
Yeah.
They're locked up for 6 months. Why would you do this to harm your own friends?
Finger bankrupt? Tyler wants to know.
Yes, Tyler. They got $5 million. They're filing for bankruptcy now. Tyler, you need to learn to read.
This is a good point. It does. I believe that Roth, in fact, just sold this to the shorts. But is it toxic? I don't think it is toxic unless something in that warrant, and I haven't been able to read it, but it doesn't look like it's toxic. They do have a hell of a warrant coverage, but anyway, it's a one-off. It's not a backward-looking price. It's not putting shares at the prime broker. It's not in tranches. It's anyway. I don't know though. We'll have to talk to Martin.
Well, I look at it this way. They got $5 billion. They sold stock at $1.50. That's the floor. There's warrant coverage at $1.50. These guys can short the stock at $1.50. And they're going to have to buy the warrants from the company. Okay? Why would you want to short the stock at $1.50 if you're paying $1.50 for it?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You can sit there and say, well, they're going to short it at $1.50 because they think the company's going to zero. But they just gave the company $5 billion, so the company isn't going to zero. Like I just said, they just gave the company the bullets to shoot the short sellers.
I don't know why it's on a Friday. They make this announcement and it's going to close on Monday. That's normally that. I don't know. The banking system has changed, but I have a feeling Monday the stock could get to 150 just because that's where the offering is. But I'm speculating. Eric says this is great. It's better than GTI. This is wonderful. Wonderful. Okay.
Yes, Eric. This is. You have no knowledge of GTII. We've got the proof. So if you want to listen, if you followed us at GTII, we were recommending it below $1. It went to $9. If you followed Big Lou into the stock, shame on you. Lou passed away. Finger Motion went from below $1 to 10. My friends bought stock up to 10. Okay, and they're not selling. All right, so I don't know what your knowledge is. I'm not here to trade for you, to give you opportunities to trade and make money. We're talking about a stock that has a short of 230 million shares, which we made very well known. I copied the DOJ, the FBI. I spoke with the Secret Service. I spoke with the FBI. And for you to say what nonsense you're saying because the stock is ticking down, Finger Motion is not going away. They just got $5 million, so they are not going bankrupt. If the warrants are exercised, the company gets another $7.5 million in the bank. That's $12 million total. The company didn't have $12 million yesterday. They have $5 million now and access to another $7.5 once they buy those warrants. Okay, so the company isn't going away. I don't see the toxic. I don't see the debt spiral. I see nothing. I see a private placement of a stock at $1.50. Who's selling it at $1.23? If I was short 200 million shares of stock, I would get on this call and tell everybody just what William's saying. It's negative, sell, run away, because most people don't understand and don't read. Okay? But it's completely the opposite. The company is stronger now. I don't know. I don't like it. I'm not happy about it that it's down. But the company's stronger. It didn't have $5 million. Now it has $5 million. And we have 230 million shares short plus 1.7. If they covered everything, it's 8 million shares all in, William. Do 230 plus the 1.7, you're at 232 million. Take away 8, we're still at 223, 224, right? Make it 30 million shares. They cover 30. There's still 200 million shares. There's no, they're trapped. Could this be one short seller, part of the group saying, fuck you, I'm covering? Yeah. But whatever it is, the first to cover is they get the better deal. Well, someone's trying to cover. The shorts gave the money. You don't think we can use the bullets against them? They got $5 million now. I told you, if it was me, I canceled the deal and fuck them all. Because now they're short. 4. Because obviously, no one thinks money's any good in this game. GameStop it worked for. GameStop doesn't even have a business, and their stock went up $10 because they have money now. The narrative has changed from a short squeeze to money. I'm not changing it from a short squeeze to money. The company has money now, but the short squeeze to me is still more important. And it's still here. How did they cover? If they bought every share today, 2.3 million shares, they're still short 228 million shares. Where did they cover? Tell me, William. I don't know. Where did they cover? You see them covering?
No, I don't see them covering.
William, if you think one thing, and this is the key to the whole thing, if people think this company is a bullshit and it's not, doesn't have any opportunities in China, then the company's fucked. But I think the company has tremendous opportunities in China. Now they got big money in the bank, and I think they can take advantage of it. Taking advantage of it means revenue. Its CEO said they'll get the profitability. All those things are coming up with that money. That's what I see. If you're short, good luck. If you're long and you sell, we can only sell one time. So people that are upset and they bailed out, I got it. They took a loss, I got it. It happens every day. I got my family in it, all my friends, everyone, and no one's panicking. I told them exactly what's going on, and everybody's fine with it. That's my family. You make your own determinations about yourself. I'm not happy about it. 4 days for Christmas, I didn't need this. I needed like a hole in the head. But I'm not letting Lynn partners get away. I don't give a fuck who they are. We're not letting them get away. I need Donald Trump to speak up and say something. Maybe the company was nervous that Trump wasn't going to say something and they took the money to protect themselves and have money in the bank. You know, when the shorts call, remember how many times I told you shorts called the companies and looking for money? Maybe this time the company decided to take it. I don't know. But if it was your family and you had an opportunity to make money for your family, at what point you say, no, and then someday you do take it. It's the same thing. You got to protect your family. These guys got to protect the company. We're not the CEO. Their lawyers will tell them what to do, correct, William? Not me.
Yeah.
That's how it works. The shareholder that I know that speaks to Mark says I texted him again. So they're trying to get to him for you. Can you hold on a second, William? My friend spoke with Tom Roth and I want to get the information. Can you hold me? I got to call him up. All right, hold on a second.
Look, guys, it's Friday. As Pilot said, it's quad witching hour. And I didn't realize it until someone just said it. The deal doesn't close till Monday. So yeah, I think it's quite likely it'll be $1.50 on Monday. But who knows? I'm guessing. Uh, I like Case's idea of DJT. I've been a supporter of that trade since $11. I just wish I had had money to do it. I think Finger could bounce. You know, maybe my words about Roth were
All right,
wrong.
so this is what I just was told. They're saying that the guy Tom saying that the company should hire him. He'll get the information out there, and he can show all the stuff, part of his program, and he's waiting for him to get back to him. He's reached out to the company himself. So they're waiting for the CEO to get back. We don't know if he's in China. I have no idea. So Tom is reaching to him, and Tom is a guy that gets great exposure for the company on the short selling information, and that's what we're doing. So I just spoke with him.
Do you think they're trying to get the deal repriced lower by Monday?
No, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they're doing it at zero.
No, I don't mean to zero. I don't mean to zero.
They're trying to, if they're going to reprice this deal,
They cancel it. Just walk away.
that's what they do. You know, I would walk away in a second. There's no one, my friend, they just told me, Tom, they just told me that all these shares that are coming in, 7 out of 10 shares are being shorted right now.
Tom did.
Yep.
Yeah. I wonder why they want it under the offering price.
Because they want you to bail out. They want people to call you up, William, and say it's a scam. You're getting the people, those are shorts trying to cover. What do you think they're doing, William?
Right. That's right. It has nothing to do with the offering. It's just a chance to cover. Yep.
It's a chance to cover. I would do the same thing. William, you fucked us, you lied, blah, 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 blah. That's what they're doing.
Jack is going to speak with an attorney after the first of the year.
About what?
I don't know. He doesn't say.
Well, Jack, I'm with you. Lynn Partners is on Madison Avenue. I'll go with you and your attorney anytime, anywhere. And I would love for you to get the attorney. I can't afford to pay him. But if you have a friend that wants to sue them and go and get discovery and see their phone records and their short sales, I'm with you. We're right with you. We'll actually take you and your friend, if you like. We can go to DC. You want to go see the SEC? Maybe you can help us there. You can file some complaints, or the DOJ. We're with you, 100%. We're with you. And as you can see, this is a major problem all over the world, and we're trying to fight to expose it. And I believe Finger Motion's fundamentals will prove, in the end, to be the winner. That's what I believe. Anyway, I have to go back to work. I got a lot of people I have to call up, and let me get back to work, and I'll speak to you later. William, if Martin reaches out, let me know.
Yep. Okay.
Call ended.
Sorry, I couldn't get any points across or ask your questions, really. I'll try to answer every single one. At 1:15, I need to run an errand. A couple of people are coming by. And frankly, I have to order some food. It's right next door. So at 1:15, what I'll do is just put it on hold. It'll just take me 5 minutes and I'll be back. And you guys can keep talking. Maybe I can put a video, some sort of, I'm just nervous. They gave me a notice on my, on that Funky Town video. All right, let's go through Ace is about selling his course now. He doesn't need to work with these two anymore. Look, I don't have anything bad to say about Ace. If I don't know what his course is. I think Ace is a good man. He's cares, unlike some of the people here. Ace actually cares about everybody. And I think he's a natural at talking to a whole group because he was, maybe he still is, but he was a preacher. And I think his context is much broader than making a fast buck. I think he's actually thinking about doing good in the world. So I have absolutely no problem with Ace at all. No, he hasn't ghosted me. There's a lot of people here that interact. When I first started going live, it was in response to something. I hit the button. I was sitting outside. I hit the button and started. And I think some people noticed it and said, hey, I can do that too, which is fine. I have no problem with that. And I think other people came on acting as friends or not to get the audience. And again, I have no problem with that. I'm not, I'm all power to everybody. My audience is there to share, and my I wish I had better technology so I could share face to face rather than they come on and then they go do their thing. But I haven't. I don't know. I should get an auditor. But I rarely remember to monetize any video. When I do monetize a video, it might pay me $3. And then I get notice from YouTube that I'm demonetized. I don't know. I don't know exactly why we should compete with each other. I find it enjoyable to interact with other people who start their own channels. And I think Ace is one of the good guys. So I have no problem with him. Ace is great. He talks about the economy, politics. Yeah, I enjoy talking about politics. I get a little worked up on some of it because, to paraphrase John F. Kennedy, who paraphrased somebody, the hottest place in hell is reserved for he who, in times of moral crisis, stands mute. I warned KM, I don't know that you warned us because I don't recognize your name. But anyway, you can have your soapbox. I warned people finger motion was a joke and the CEO was a snake. I don't think the CEO is a snake. If I had to guess, KM, and I'm guessing, there's a big, let's say a big city in China or a big state in China that's just given him an order for 30 rescue vehicles. I'm making it up. I have no idea. But you know what you need to get that done is money. And so if I had to guess, that gets him in a spot. I'm completely displeased by Roth Capital. I don't understand their role here. But look, in fairness to Roth Capital, look at the negatives of Finger, just to be fair. It's a Chinese company when China is not popular as an investment theme right now. China may or may not have economic issues in the short run and the long run. That's debatable, but it's out there. That's a question. And I don't know actually how debatable is in the short run with the Chinese bond down to 2.5%. The company had to go through COVID. The earnings path has been lumpy, not predictable. There's some things you can say negative, but on the positives, watch my videos with Martin. I happen to think the company is on to something. I think Martin's a good man. I don't think he's a snake at all. He's hardworking. He attends to shareholders. He attends to conferences and investors, and his team is well pleased with him. So I think you're just being a jerk on that comment. I'm glad you warned people. It's easy to come in after things are down to say something, but you got your time, KM, and I hope you got your $7.50 for me, $7.50 for me saying your name. I really think, guys, we can get all focused on this. It is triple witching, as Pilot said. It is a shock. So people, and it is short selling. I don't know how many of you were selling, but I have a feeling if Roth Capital priced this at $1.50, the whole thing is, are they a real investment bank? Did they actually place the deal with honorable, and valid bona fide clientele, or did they just sluice it out the door to the shorts? We'll find out. But if they're an honorable, well-respected, best practices investment bank, they got to support it at 150. We'll find out. So it may snap back at least to 150. The negative of that is they value the company at 150. So I have always cautioned, not always, but over the last several weeks or months, that months is right, since the summer anyway, slow but steady wins the race. And anyway, 1:15 comes in 4 minutes. Let me see if I can find a video to play. Let me see if there's a video so that you can get educated on while I step away. All right, I found one I think I can let you listen to. I haven't heard it, but I can let you listen to, and you can keep talking. DP, I like the, I bought more, I like the discount. After the torch deal, I would not give Roth the time of day. Cancel the deal. That's fair enough. I'm very close and I was invited to his wedding. The head of investment banking for energy at Roth Capital. And I'd like to get his view on it. How can I say that Roth is the problem and not Martin? I don't know for sure that Roth's the problem, Doug. It's how I reacted. You saw my reaction. But it's the one edit that I'll give is that I thought it was priced today. It's being priced Monday. So a mea culpa on my part. What I thought is they priced the deal at 150 and then they let it fall like that. But that didn't happen. So I was wrong. My reaction on that specific area was wrong. So we'll see how it goes Monday. Secondly, if Roth Capital just sent this to Armistead and other fronts for short sellers, they did a crap deal placing the stock. But we'll find out. We'll find out. I'm willing to give Roth Capital a second chance Monday and see how they support the market after the deal is placed. It hasn't been placed yet. So I was told it was this morning. I didn't read the thing. So that was, an assumption on my part. I'm going to come back. I'm going to stay and answer everything. I've got to step away right now because that's the commitment I made. But I'm going to have you listen to this. Keep typing questions. I'm not ignoring them. I'm going to stand in on this.
Retail demand this year was slower than I would have assumed. It was still one of our best years ever. It was maybe 25% less than last year, which was insane. Retail demand still only represents a very small portion of the country.
So I'll be right back.
Rick Rule talks about it being 1/2 of 1%. And you take the entire financial matrix from Joe and Jane Sixpack to the Harvard Endowment Fund. I've noticed a larger expansion into people who have never bought gold and silver before, much larger orders than we've done in the past on a continual basis. But the person who was buying small amounts, kind of like during Silver Squeeze or during the last few years, who have been buying it because they think they'll become wealthy by owning it. That's a lot of the demand that's moved into cryptocurrencies. I don't want to cast a negative light on it. It's been great. Demand has been great, but in my opinion, not as strong as I would have expected. Now, I think, and with the Trump trade right now, it's relatively quiet. I believe that will change dramatically. I believe inflation is here to stay and it's not going anywhere. And by the time people understand and realize that, they'll run back to precious metals. But demand has been good, Jesse, but not as strong as one would think it should be with the fundamentals behind it. So I guess that probably just confuses people more than anything, just simply to say it's been strong. In my mind, should be stronger. But what does that mean? So I think it will get stronger. But yeah, it's the majority. Let me put it to you this way. The majority of the business that we see and have seen over the last year has been and last several years has been in silver. Probably represents 80% of the business we do. It's really hard to ignore the value you find in silver. And if you understand what is being done to the price and what is being done to challenge it around the world, it's a no-brainer. The asymmetrical risk reward found in silver is unlike anything I've ever seen. And that means what is an asset that has very low downside and amazing upside? That to me is silver. So it represents the majority of the business we're doing. But I guess I come from a position where I think more people should own it. Logically, more people should own it. And I mean, you look at the 60-40 split as an example, where 60% stock, 40% bonds over the last years, you would have been crushed in that. If you had owned gold and silver, it would have mitigated all of those losses. And so more people should have it. This is the whole theory behind the Ibbotson study, which is a group that was bought by Morningstar. They're a rating agency. They're a research company who basically said every single portfolio, when they did their analysis, that had a allocation to precious metals fared better than those that did not. And I guess I look at it from that standpoint, that it's still fringe where so few people actually own it. So maybe I didn't really answer that question right. Business is strong, but should be a lot stronger. It should be more recognized by the public, and maybe it's a banking crisis or something that awakens people and triggers them to look at precious metals. And I think that's when things get crazy, because there's just not enough supply out there to handle that type of rush. That's where people talk about a shortage, and it would happen for sure. It hasn't hit mainstream yet, is what I guess I'm really trying to say. And I think, you know, that to me is the disappointing part of it all. But when it does, I think it goes from being readily available to not in the blink of an eye. If only 0.5% of the country is involved in it, and it went to 5%, just 5, that's a tenfold increase in demand. And in 24 hours, this entire market would be upside down.
I was speaking to Jim Rogers the other day, and he was saying that if he was accumulating anything, he's literally buying absolutely nothing, not even fixed income. He's sitting very heavily in cash, holding on to some of his investments still. But he obviously holds a lot of gold and silver. And he said if he was going to buy more precious metals, he would undoubtedly buy silver because of how undervalued it is relative to gold. For people who are stacking precious metals out there, you know, the question of gold versus silver, obviously holding both makes the most sense. Do you echo Jim's sentiments in that silver's probably the greater opportunity between the two metals at the moment?
No, there's no question, man. I mean, asymmetrically, it is the best. An asset that is expanding in uses, military, green, digital, is being, you know, pushed to become a strategic metal by forces in Canada, is being accumulated by so many of these countries around the world, buying up all the concentrate in the doré, shipping it back to be refined. All of these stories that we hear about the huge short positions, the countries continually standing for delivery. All of these things tell me that, yeah, silver is the value of a generation. And it's hard to say that and be anything but completely sincere about it. It is. It has such low downside and such great upside. To me, it's literally the value of a generation. And I do mean that. And I've been accumulating it myself over gold simply because it offers that potential. Look, I think gold will go higher than people think possible. I really do believe that ultimately the Fed wants it to be revalued, whether they do what Cynthia Loomis said, just revalue it, the same thing the head of the Dutch National Bank said, or let it stair step up, and use it to help liquefy the Fed's balance sheet at a much higher price. I think it will be. And I think it will be tied to a new system, whatever that new system looks like, whether it emanates from the BRICS nations backing their new settlement currency with gold, or whether it comes from the West and Trump pulls something out of his hat and surprises us all, and ties a new system to gold. However it works, I think gold will go higher than people think possible. And I think it will be tied to a new system. But there's a 90% correlation throughout all of history between silver and gold. Silver is wickedly undervalued by every metric, geologically and price history wise, going back 5,000 years with gold. I don't know of another asset that is as heavily used, as widely accumulated globally by big money, and at the same time wickedly undervalued the way silver is. And so, yeah, I mean, to me, there's no substitute.
I want to ask a question regarding storage of precious metals. And this comes up because I was speaking to somebody recently. Whenever somebody comes to me and says, you know, I'm new to investing and I have some cash set aside and, you know, what should I buy? I always say the first thing you should do is take a percentage of that and remove some of your wealth from counterparty risk and from the traditional financial system. That's step number one. And doing that is through physical gold or silver. I was speaking to a friend who lives in a pretty rough part of town, and I was saying, you need to get your hands on some kind of precious metals first. And he's saying, should I store it in a bank? I was saying, well, that kind of takes away the whole fact that you're using it as an insurance policy, as well as a way to store wealth outside of the system. But yet, on the other hand, yeah, what if somebody did break into his house? So how do you look at storage? Are you a proponent of vaulting metals, of coming up with storage solutions? Do you think, in a really strict sense, that people have to be holding their own precious metals in their own possession? How do you deal with that conundrum?
I think you should, if you can. I think you should hold it yourself. And you're right, it is an asset that has no counterparty liability when it's held in your own possession. We do have a storage program that I'm very proud of. I think we're the envy of the storage industry in North America. We have vaults all around North America with Brinks. And they're all completely and totally segregated. We have the only safe deposit box program that Brinks has ever offered. We have that in Vancouver and Toronto. Inside the vault, 1 key boxes where you hold the only key and the only spare. But when we talk about our locations, New York, Miami, Dallas, Salt Lake, Los Angeles, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver. So we have 8 locations, and I have been working with Brinks for 20 years and never seen an ounce misplaced. I make money when people store, albeit not a lot, but we make money. And I would still tell people, yeah, you're far better off holding it in your own possession than allowing anyone custodianship of it, period. That doesn't work for everybody. But if you think about it, especially with gold, I mean, in this coffee cup, you could have $500,000 in gold, literally. You could probably stack 100 coins in there and, or more. And so you're talking about maybe not quite $500,000, but 300,000-400,000 in a coffee cup. You could hide it pretty damn well. Silver is a little bit tougher. You could dig a hole in your backyard and be a midnight gardener. You could get a big house plant and put it on the bottom of the house plant. You could put it under a floorboard, put it up in the insulation in your attic. I mean, there's a million places you can hide stuff, and someone who breaks into your house doesn't have the time that you would to hide it. You're best to hold it yourself if you can, and the removal of counterparty risk is something that shouldn't be underestimated in a systemic world that we live in. But if that doesn't work, then choose a storage program where you're working with a company that has a great track record, a big balance sheet, and that where it is and can go retrieve it if you have to.
I love you, boy.
There are storage programs where no one knows where it's stored, just that it's with a big company. Not good. You want to know where it is. Can I go retrieve it? Who's holding it for me? Is it completely and totally segregated? Not just allocated, but segregated. Allocated is pooled to a program. Segregated, it's in Jesse's name, and that's what you would want. Segregated, insured in your name.
That was reasonably
you can go retrieve it if you have.
I have no idea if it was.
Yeah, I think storage for some people is you have.
I have no idea what he said. I hadn't listened to it before, but I like this guy. He's good, Schleckman. He's very good. Okay. All right. Let me just text something. Let me just finish this, sorry. Okay. Let's start. I'm going to start it at the bottom. And I'll try to answer everybody. I'm going to sit here and answer. I think this is probably an overreaction. I do not think on first blush. I haven't seen any. Let me look on Edgar. I don't see anything on Edgar. At first blush, I don't think this is a toxic deal. It's shocking that it's priced gosh. Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing I can read on the deal, but I assume it's not toxic. So I think it's an overreaction what's happening. And that doesn't mean that I think Finger is going to turn around and squeeze. I don't think it is. I think this stock price action has in fact halted what I saw as, oh, well, let's look at it. Why don't we look at it? Why don't we look at it? See what, rather than guess, see what the chart says. Not that charts are always right. That didn't work. That didn't work. Let me stop sharing that. Present, share screen. Here, there's the chart. Well, let's make sure, gosh, I don't know. Oh, there it is. Okay, so let me make sure you see it. Yeah, you're seeing it. Okay, so let me go here. This is Nixie for a year. And let me just look at this. A lot of activity on the ad front. This looks very much like a shoulder, a head, and another shoulder to me. Typically, that means that you're going to get lower prices. That's Nixie. I hope not, but that might happen by the end of the year. But to be clear, I'm extremely positive as long as it doesn't break, some level in this support. First, the support was in here, and now the support is in here. In fact, I kind of see a wedge here, which is bullish. That's what it broke out of. Yeah, so Nixie, I think, I hope it stays down for possible gains in, let's look at rail. See that this screwed it up. This is rail, and they did one trade down here. I don't know, at a penny, and it screwed up the chart. So I can't show you very accurately, but this is a upward trend here. Let's try to bring it down to the bottom. Yeah, that's kind of the support it's bouncing off. This is a useless chart. It's just too condensed. It's just too condensed. So let's look at Finger. Hey, lucky boy, I miss you. I miss you. Yeah, that's you know, it's any way you look at it. I thought you had something going here, kind of like this, maybe like this, and it broke out. I thought it looked pretty strong, although I gave a target of, I think first right in here, 260, and then probably I gave you one right in here, 280, a little bit, and then all in this clutter at maybe 320, and it looked good. I'm not straight up. I didn't say it was going to go straight up. Everything pulls back, but this is devastating to that chart. If you believe in charts, and I would say this is, you know, it's broken down here, it's broken this, it's gapped down. It's crap. It really is. Now, where does it go from here? It opened in this range. It might close in that range, 150. It's a lot of volume. Look at that, 2.6 million. It, you know, it's going to take a while. So I don't think Finger is any risk of squeezing if that's what you're in it for. Certainly soon, but you know, I think that broke it. All right, I'll go from the bottom to the top. When the company is close to bankruptcy, CEO will do anything to survive. Finger is bankrupt. The death spiral is starting to turn, like all those who enter these toxic deals to get money. Where do you get your evidence that the company is bankrupt? I don't know where you're getting that. I mean, I'm willing to explore negative points of view on Finger, but where are you getting that it's going bankrupt? I really, there's too many questions here, but I know that, let me see if HAMSh just called. No, I've got a, hello? All right, I'll be right up. I've got to ask your patience for just a second. Lucky boy. Lucky boy. Sorry, Melanie, I'm going to get back on my thing. The bottom of that mirror, I didn't take those because I couldn't lift it. It was too. All right, I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, what? Oh, he won't go outside.
I don't want him to get injured.
Yeah, okay. All right. Did you do that?
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, we're just gonna do it sideways. What?
You got a new career.
Like this?
You want to get saying you want to go. Oh, no, you can come on. Just be a good boy. Just be a good boy. Come over with me. All right, let's go underneath here. Can you go underneath? There you go. You're such a smart dog. You're the smartest dog I ever had. Smartest dog I ever had. All right. Okay, you're gonna sit here, Lucky. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm going to ignore what broke. All right, good boy. Just sit right there. I'll walk you afterward. I don't know, Chris, where you're coming up with that. The last interview and the last earnings report showed that the company was basically break even for the last 2 quarters. They had cash. They have revenues, and they have prospects, so to speak. So I don't know where you're coming up with that. I'm going to guess you're just trying to scare people into selling. So, people can do what they, you're obviously here with the best intentions to help people, and people can listen to you if they want. I'm thinking Ham is friends with Lynn Partners, and this is a big joke on us. I can assure you Ham is not friends with Lynn Partners, if that's your point. Is it a big joke on us? Maybe. But look, guys, it's Friday. It's quadruple witching hour. It's a surprise. And you're going to dump, I understand it. You're going to dump a lot of frustration and anger on it. It's a horrible price action, as I just told you. I just showed you the chart. I don't know why it was priced at 150. I don't know why the warrants are so large either. But we'll find out when Martin talks to us. I'm here for the laughs today. Okay. I hope it's roly-poly for you. Sit back and enjoy the pain then, if that's what gets you off. Wow, are these useful comments? When I asked you about the possibility of dilution because they look low on cash, you said it was a stupid question. Not so stupid now. Once again, I'm out a lot of money. I'm not sure I said it was stupid, that question. But you can go listen to the hours. It's all out there. But I will say that dilution is really defined with what you do with the money. Now let's discuss dilution, because you don't define it. What it looks like to me, and it's not updated yet because the deal's not done, right? But we'll be able to tell, I assume, the day after the deal. It looks like they'll have 60 million shares out. Now, does it upset me that the shorts always win? They're always able to get the stock price down? Sure. But at the same time, maybe finger motion, according to Roth's analysts, that's what it was worth. I don't know. But 60 million shares is not a lot compared to, let's pick on one. Northwest Bio, who I like, 2 billion shares, 2 billion. So it's not a really dilutive deal. In a normal investment banking process, you go to the clients to see what they'll pay. I'm not sure Roth screened their clients that well. I think it was the shorts. So they did it as low as they could possibly get away with, maybe. But we'll find out Monday. Once again, I'm out of a lot of money. I don't believe that. I don't think you're, I don't even think you're long the stock. I think you're short. So I'm going to move on to somebody else. When is the next one then? An offering we told wasn't going to happen by the CEO. That's not true, Bojangles. If you listen to the interview, he was very clear he was looking to raise some money. Very clear. So I don't know. You're misrepresenting. Go ahead, Lucky. You can go get some water. You're misrepresenting things, which I don't know. I guess you want people. Let me sing you a song. Okay. I've got to come up with a better way of doing this. 117 now. Wow. Well, Maverick, I would guess that they're going to try to get it under $1 and test their theory that Martin will do a reverse split and bail them out. I don't think he will, and I don't think it'll go under $1, but I don't know. I'm shocked by the pricing. I'm shocked by how that Roth would put it out on a Friday. I'm shocked by the whole thing. It leads me to believe Roth is working either for commission without caring what happens, or is working with the shorts. But I just don't know. Let me get that price for you. Last price 117, bid 117, 2.8 million, very low volume. I would guess if there's call options out there, I don't know if there are, maybe they're trying to get it to close at 1 just to get those premiums. But it's not pretty. It's not pretty. And there's going to be tax loss selling. There's going to be a lot of fudsters here. There's going to be a lot of disgust. And I'm trying not to show anything. All right, I'm going to go up here where there might be less FUD. I'll start at Steve's question. Finger is the new GTII. I don't think so. I think GTII was a shell from the start. And they tried every sort of manner of, I don't know what to call it, trap or trick to get a short squeeze. When Finger first came out, or was first shown to me, GTII, when it was first shown to me, they had something like 20 million shares, give or take, in the float, and their outstanding shares were in the range of, I'm doing it by memory, like 60 or 80,000, and that I was told the effective float was under 10 million. But now GTII has 450 million shares outstanding, and it has enormous float. None of the deals they tried to get done ever were made to happen. So it's just a giant shell with apparently a corrupt CEO. I'm basing that on the filings. That'll be determined. And no prospects, nothing, no income, 2 employees, nothing, no future. So I don't agree with you that Finger's the new GTII. I don't know if you're trying to cause FUD or if you really believe that, but that's not what I see here. I don't think Finger, as I've been trying to say for a while, is going to squeeze anytime soon, and I don't think it will now. But what Finger has is third quarter report is coming up. I think it'll be the 3rd week of January, and that's their 3rd quarter. They're on an odd schedule, and I think we're going to find out that the company is on the verge of profitability. We might not, but that's what Martin said he is hopeful for. But I think 3rd quarter earnings are going to be, so-so. But 4th quarter, which is also the year end, probably will come out end of February, so it's April, May, in the middle of May. Sorry, January, February, March, April, middle of April. And that's when it could get exciting if they are finally turned positive on earnings. But I also think those earnings have to be predictably good, and they have to come from one of their channels that are easy to understand. If it's still a complicated story, well, it might take a little longer. I'm going to start going down from here, and then I'll come back up. I'll try to answer every question. One thing I do understand, I need to understand how this keeps happening. Yeah. I think the reason, Pete, is there are no investment banks for microcap companies. And so a guy like Martin starts believing that Roth is an honest firm. Maybe they are. I don't see evidence that this was an honest transaction yet. I reserve the right to see what happens Monday. But the criminals do I have to repeat everything? The criminals control the regulatory bodies. The criminals work with the concentrated pools of funds like Stevie Cohen, Goldman Sachs, Ken Griffin, all of them. They're working with them. It's offshore, and they run wild. So how does it keep happening? The companies get on Adina Friedman's NASDAQ thinking they've gone to Harvard. And it turns out they went to Ball State. I don't know anything about Ball State. I just remember that's where David Letterman went. It's probably a great school. Come on, come back here. Ah, that's good. Good boy. How disappointed am I in Martin? I'm not disappointed in Martin because I don't know why the $1.50 was chosen. But I did know, and I think it's been clear, that he was going to raise money. And Scott, I think when they announced that they separated from Univest, that there was a financing coming. Martin never told me about financing. Somebody else did. Where I heard that the financing might be a large individual investor out of China, and it might be in the form of equity or a note that was friendly to the company. So I'm disappointed that it wasn't that. I'm disappointed that it was an equity offering priced, I don't know. Let me look up where Finger closed. It closed at $2. So they priced it down 25% off the close. I'm disappointed with that. But on the other hand, I don't know who the buyers were. Maybe they insisted on it. And I always say, and I did say when I heard this morning, that the big investors always think they can negotiate a good deal. They'll get a smaller price, a cheaper price. In my experience, the market always reflects the discount. So they come in thinking, I'm getting a discount. As soon as it's announced, the market not only reflects it, it punishes the stock price often. So I'm disappointed that they didn't do the deal at $2, but they needed to raise money. So what's their choice, Scott? The ladder? It's outside.
Is it the one? I thought there was a newer one, but I think
They're not. Maybe there was some. Maybe somebody took it. There was a newer one. Yeah, there were 3, so I don't know if someone might have taken it. Scott, what would you have them do? Not raise money? See, we're looking at half the story here, or a quarter of the story. My guess is he has enough capital to continue doing his purchase of minutes and his purchase of SMS and rolling it for a small profit, safe profit. He has enough money for that. But as you know, he did 2 vehicles under the new contract. And then per the interview, he discussed that he had an exclusive deal and they were getting more orders. I forget his exact words. However, he didn't say how much money he needed to do it. So let me give you an example. Let's say it's a rescue drone. It's a drone. And he has to build it out for, I'm making it up. Maybe he has to build it out for $15,000, $20,000 a drone, and he sells them for $50,000 or $60,000 to the government. But what if his order is for 50 drones? Where's he going to get that money? He doesn't have it. So I don't know, Scott. We don't have enough information, but he needs to raise capital to grow, and he has the contract. So how can I judge whether that was a good decision? I'm sure he would have rather raised money at $2 or $2.50, but Roth Capital, I'm certain, told him this is all we can do it at. And then he faced a decision: do I walk or do I take the money? And we won't know until we see further news announcements. I think this is a prelude to some good news on revenue and future projects. We're just looking at an initial announcement, and then we're looking at what the criminals are doing. You might have to take that on the bottom or not, doesn't matter. But you're looking at what the criminals are doing to the stock price on triple witching Friday. I am disappointed they announced it on a Friday. I don't know why they did that. But it's Christmas time, so it wasn't going to be bad. He isn't. I don't know what that refers to. I saw him with my... All right, let's go up to Bojangles. Proton, remember when GTII peak price and he was going on about how it would be in thousands and we weren't even started? I don't know if you're talking about me, for GTII and Finger, back 2 years ago or more, I did have projections if there was a squeeze. That was always my predicate. If there was a squeeze, that they could go very high indeed. And Bojangles, stocks like TKO and HKD and Higgly Pigglety did go into the thousands. So in a squeeze, it can happen. But that was always my I can't think of the word. It was my adjective before the verb, or adverb before the verb. Okay. Pete, they have X amount of months before receiving letters from NASDAQ. That's true, but hopefully they'll do what CAUD did, which is tell NASDAQ to pound stand. I saw him with my own two eyes tell people it ran to $8 to $9. What did you sell at? That means he sold while he's telling us it went higher. I don't know if you're talking about me, but if you're talking about GTII, which I think based on your previous question you are, I didn't sell. I didn't sell at $8 or $9. I feel foolish. I feel very stupid. But I don't, Bojangles, I don't want to get into a discussion of GTII. I think GTII is a failed trade. And as we turn around this year, I'm going to stop talking about it. I think we might have a chance for a new trade in GTII, but don't count on it. Lawyers, receivers, new companies, it's going to be a cram down. You'll own very little, if you own any at all. Has anything been mentioned about the auditor or the warrant taken off the table? Well, look, the only thing that was announced today, Finger motion to raise $5 million via stock, warrants offering, shares fall pre-opening. It's the only thing that was announced. There's no announcement that they're going to remove the warrant. That's a free thing. You get one warrant, you get a warrant which allows you one share of stock for free for every 10 shares you have. I don't know the strike price though. I don't know the strike price. The warrant is free. There will be a price. I thought it was $7, but people are saying it's lower. I don't know. We'll have to wait for that. The auditor, there's no mention in the news release of anything about an auditor. But David, the fact is an investment bank, Roth Capital, lawyers involved, bankers involved, clients, maybe they have legitimate family offices, maybe they have legitimate institutional investors. I doubt it. I think this is a shit show run by the shorts. But I'm willing to change my mind on Monday. I think Roth Capital just benefits from a huge pool of money that the shorts ran up. But we'll find out. But my point, David, is Roth Capital is not going to do a financing without fully audited numbers. You can lose your license. You can be accused of fraud. I think you can count on the audit is done. All right, that's where I started. Pete, in the Finger and GTI reports that they have put out, you can see that Ham and William were given shares in the company. They are spokespersons. I've never received shares in GTII or Finger. I have never received them. So Proton, you put it in writing. If I were litigious, I could sue you for libel and defamation. I'm not going to. I don't know your name. You're obviously here because you care about people and you want to be truthful and you want to protect people. And then you say something that's a lie. That's just not true. I have never received shares in Finger. I have never received shares in GTII. Never. Never. In the future, might I sign up if GTI comes out of the gate and they call me up and they say, we want to sign you up as a consultant? I might, but I've never have. Well, if Finger wants to sign me up as a consultant, I might. That's like Frank Benedetto. That's like Lou Bravo. That's like any number of people out there. Proton, you get paid. I'm sure you don't get stock, but you probably get legal protection. You probably are allowed to sell shares you don't have through a market maker. You may have access to money that nobody else does. So, before you start casting stones, Finger will be under 10 cents in 6 months. Well, that might be anger. I doubt it. But, anything can happen. I think the stock market within 6 months could, from much higher levels, could start its crash. So, Joe Biden could launch, Jake Sullivan or Anthony Blinken could authorize the launch of missiles against Beijing, and anything can happen. I don't know. Thank you for your opinion. I don't think it's well thought out. Proton, where do you see this? I don't know where he sees it, but I'm stating for you, Pete the Greek, under you can what's the word? I don't know what the word is. Subpoena me. I have never received shares in GTII. I have never received shares in Finger Motion. The reason William and Ham do these calls are to do damage control like today. They're just like investor relations. I don't know, Proton, whether you have your head up your ass or you're an honest person, but the reason I'm doing it, I can't speak for Ham and I can't speak. I'm not trying to do any damage control. I'm here just trying to be here to take the anger and answer questions. I don't have to. I'm not being paid to do it. I'm trying to stand in when something goes wrong. I'm trying to be a man about it. I'm trying to be available for the shit. But I'm not trying to do damage control. I'm trying to analyze it. You've heard some of my reactions, but am I right or wrong? I don't know. Frankly, the news is they're going to raise money. Has it already been raised? Maybe. It seems to have been priced, but it says it's going to be done on the 23rd. So I'll grant that Roth Capital might surprise me, and it's $1.50, and they support the price. But otherwise, if they don't do that, I'm going to believe Roth Capital is just a group of guys that get the CEOs to do a deal. It's the final step of the sting that started with Benchmark and Jeff Easton. I'm rolling the dice and actually bought more. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea. All right, here, let's see. Hello? Let me see if, hello? No, he hasn't gotten back to me.
Are you still on?
Yeah, I am, but I,
Yeah, you can put me on for 10. I gotta go to therapy or else I get charged for not showing
I
up.
don't know if this
Battery
is,
80%.
all right, let
And
me
that's
see.
a cue. Bills I found.
Yeah, it doesn't, let me call you right back. I gotta,
All right.
I don't understand this software. I don't understand it. Guys, what I notice is there's a lot of futsters here. So I think this is a coordinated attack for the day traders, the shorts, the real shorts and the fake shorts. So you gotta, I don't know, you gotta fight it. You gotta fight it somewhat, but I'm not here for damage control. If you want to sell, sell. If the shorts want to take it under $1, take it under $1. If you want to hear me say that there's concerns about the stock, you've heard me say them. So whatever.
William, you there?
Yep. You're live.
I'm live.
Yeah.
So my biggest question, forgetting all the other stuff that's going on, who is selling the stock down to $1.18? The company is funded now. This is believe it or not, and I'm not happy about the funding. Trust me, I don't believe it. But the company's got $5 million in the bank now. If they have the business that the CEO says they have, all these dealings, and drive the revenue, who's selling it down? It doesn't even make any sense.
Well, Pilot pointed out that it's a quadruple witching hour this week. I don't know.
There's no options. There's no options here. There's no option play. The only options they can do is back and forth to themselves. They're shooting the stock themselves that year. I have someone looking at the data. 7 out of 10 shares is a naked short. They're just pressing the bet. They're trying to get people to come out of the stock. Every time someone buys a share, they hate it because they know that this is not going away. GameStop, I can only relate to GameStop. They did the same thing. They raised money. They sold 140 million shares at $20, and they raised billions of dollars. Now the company is a world beater because they raised money. Well, FingerMotion did the same thing, not on that grand scale, but they raised money and they're not going out of business. They just put a nail in the shorts because the shorts are trying to drive them out of business. The shorts now have fully funded the company. It's a complete opposite. And when the CEO gets on a call with you, William, and he tells you that this company's funded and that it's going to drive revenue, I think everyone's going to have a different approach to what's going on here. Now, I've been telling my friends, the big players, call the CEO. If you really want to fuck with the shorts, cancel the deal. And you can use the line, why would you take money from investors at $1.50 if it's trading at $1.20? The guys who gave the money are not canceling the deal. How come they're not canceling the deal, William? Because they want their shares, that's why. Why would anybody not cancel the deal? At $1.50, it's $1.20.
Well, let's read it. Is the price locked in?
The price is locked in.
Okay.
It's not a debt spiral. These guys are trying to convince you that it is a debt spiral.
It's sealed in an agreement. Yeah.
It's what?
It said it's sealed in agreement, so I guess you're right. Mobile
Listen,
services, purchase of, yeah, they define the number of shares. It's defined.
If I was short the stock, I'd be on your phone call telling you we're suing, we're going after you, the company's a scam, the butcher, the baker, you name it.
The closing of the offering is expected to occur on or about December 23rd. So maybe they're just trying to get the price lower by screwing with it. I don't know.
I don't believe that's true. If they cut a deal here, the company, okay, and I had big shareholders call them up already, tell them to kill the deal. So if they're looking to kill it at $1.50, what do you think? They're gonna go lower here? This is what Wall Street does. You're watching Wall Street scumbags naked short the stock, trying to get people to come out of it so Lynn can cover. That's what's going on. There's nothing else to say. They're short 230 million. If they do the warrants and the 3 million shares, it's 8. That's 222. Plus the 1.7, you're at the 220, 223 already. Nothing's changed. Only thing that's changed is the company got $5 million in their hand and is not going out of business. The company is not filing bankruptcy. The things you want to hear, is the company filing bankruptcy? No. Is the company going to do the dividend? We want to hear that. What's the money going to be used for? Is it going to drive revenue and profitability? Let's hear the CEO tell us that story. Those are your answers. What you're seeing now is nonsense. And this is Wall Street. And this is what we're fighting for. They did it in GameStop. I asked every day who bought the shares in GameStop. No one ever said anything. It's the shorts. The same thing here. They use Roth capital to get a deal and give them $1.50 a share. And I understand it. We're all not happy about it. But the company now has $5 million. So it tells me they're not going out of business. So the shorts just gave the company money to shoot and kill them. That's what I see. If you see something different, tell me what you see, because I don't see it. Tell me, William, what do you see?
I can't argue with you.
No, there's no answer. That's what I'm trying to say, is that people manipulating the stock down to $1.17, they're washing trades. I know most of the big holders, not one person called but sold a share. So where are they getting 300,000 across and 100,000? It's all nonsense. The company gets funded and the stock goes down 83 cents. I got it. $1.50.
Cobra, Mike Lucci.
$1.50, I got it. $1.17? Who's selling it down there? What's the market cap of the company? You just got $5 million in cash. What's the market cap?
All right, let me look.
It's been cut in half, William.
Of course, well, it's down 80% anyway.
What's the market cap in the company right now?
Relax, I'm trying to make my computer.
I got it on the phone. $62 million. That's 10% cash in the bank now. Almost 10% cash. Who knows?
I still show 107 million. I don't know.
Yeah, I got it live. It says 62 million.
Yeah. Okay.
So if they got, who knows how much money they have in the bank before? I think it was like 8 to 10 million they used in capital. They got that capital plus this. 20% of the money is in cash. The key is, do they have a business that's going to drive revenue and get them to profitability? If that's true, then, you know, like my friend said, once you go profitable, the short story's over. They're dead. So if this money is going to turn that door and open that door, you know what? I can live with it. If it's not doing that, then I can't live with it. That's where I stand. We need to hear from the CEO. My friend is getting off a plane in 20 minutes. He's going to start pounding the CEO. He's a big holder. And let them get them to you, William. When they do get you,
Yeah,
you know a lot today.
I haven't heard back. I sent a text at 10:30 something. So I haven't heard back.
Well, we'll get an answer today. I guarantee you we'll get him on the call today. I got people chasing him down. I don't know where he is, but we're going to get him.
All right.
All right?
All right.
Thanks. I got to go to therapy. I'm sorry.
All right.
All right.
It all began with my mother. So Tricia, I wouldn't expect the floor, you know, the markets, there's no such thing as a floor. There's trading back and forth, but I've already stated it and I'll say it again. If Roth Capital is truly wants to be an investment bank of integrity, if you do a secondary and you study it and you price it and you tell the CEO that you're going to place it carefully, it's your job to support the aftermarket. And we'll find out. If they're just there to help the shorts close out positions, we'll find that out too. But I have a feeling that it's more likely to go to 150 for the next few days than to $1. But yeah, that's just a guess. That's really a guess. There is the competing need for them to scare people out, drive it down. They're moving short, unsettled positions from one LLC to the other. The guys like Bojangles come on to, Bojangles probably sold 10,000 shares at $2. He wants to close it out at let's say at $1.10, and he makes a nice profit on that. You know, if he closes it out at $1, he makes 10 grand for coming on here and lying, and he doesn't need any capital, but he scares everybody, and maybe Roth Capital works in collusion with those guys. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know why this is announced on a Friday, and I don't know why it's announced in the baldest way possible. I don't know. But I do know that Roth Capital did a shitty job of supporting the price so far. And I'm not impressed with Roth Capital. I would never do a deal with Roth Capital based on what I see. Did you guys put your money in these stocks? I lost peak to trough. I lost about $600,000 in GTII, and I lost probably, I don't know, $300,000, $400,000 in Finger. Last year, on that last option day, I lost, I haven't wanted to calculate it, but I lost about 85 to as high as $120,000 in Finger Motion when I went down. Where are you? Why aren't you down there? They're waiting for you. Get there. Are you dead? Why aren't you there? And then I got dulcet tones of a woman. I'm here calling on behalf of so-and-so. Why aren't you there? And then Catherine called, and then so-and-so called. So I went down to the SEC to do the film. I spent the afternoon with them. I took them to lunch. And like an idiot, I ignored, I couldn't do anything. I'm being filmed, I'm talking, there's 8 people. I lost 85,000, I think. But Frankly, if I look, it might be 125,000 in finger. So thank you for asking, Heath. Now, Heath, this whole call is going to be about finger, and that's all anyone's going to want to talk about. I lost that money. I lost it. I've been trying to find alternatives to get back. I have not been bullish on finger, I'd say for 10 months, 9 months. I've been positive that I think the stock with news and with this, and this could go to 3 or 4. Now that it's down at 1, it's going to be tougher. Every time, Heath, a stock comes down, it's 100% to go back up. You guys don't realize how difficult it used to be to get 100%. These are the signs of a mania, a greed, unrealistic expectations. I do think Finger is a solid company, but I got to tell you, nobody gets a heart attack and climbs out of bed and wins a marathon or wins a sprint or hits a grand slam. Finger motion is not going to squeeze in the short run. And Heath, if you want to make money, but you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. I'm trying to tell you that I believe you could establish losses at, maybe not today. Maybe you wait and see if Roth stabilizes this at $1.50. I'm not optimistic for Finger Motion to go above $1.50 for at least till the end of the year. Could I be right? Could I be wrong? Sure, I could be wrong. But why would it? So you could establish losses. To buy back in, you got to wait 31 days to establish that loss. I'm not sure I'd do it today. But come Monday, once the deal's closed, Roth Capital has to stand in with money so you know there'll be liquidity. That's if the marketplace works the way it used to. It's all corrupted now. It's all corrupted, and no one cares. But Heath, RLAIF. 10,000 shares of RLAIF will cost you $3,400. Should you? Oh no, it'll probably cost you $3,900. Should you do it? I don't know. I don't know your situation. I can't give you advice. Should you sell some Finger Motion to buy 10,000 shares of RLAIF? Well, if you want to be in a position where you can have good news quickly, maybe, if I'm reading this chart correctly, if I'm reading the fact that they've gone from R&D, my words, to awareness through the AI in British Columbia demo night, signing up AMD, getting into an affiliate network, and starting to market their product, I think you're at the verge of value creation. Could you, if I went through the chart, if it breaks 40 cents, I think it goes to 60 cents, and I don't think it'll do it softly. I think you could see 40 cents turn into 80 cents. That's a double. Possibly turn into $1.20, just with the momentum. And it's not a short squeeze as far as I can tell. It's not a stock manipulated by financing as far as I can tell. This is truly a technology stock which has spent the last 4 years developing its software, which is in a closed system, and its partners are Microsoft, AMD, NVIDIA, a couple of others, and they're rolling out their platform called Conductor. I showed you the whole, and I'll do it again, not today. I'll do it again over the weekend. that is a stock where you can actually make money. Rather, I think. Could I be wrong? Sure, I could be wrong. Are they gonna do a deal with Roth Capital? No. They would never do a deal with Roth Capital. Roth Capital, to me, has proven themselves to be a company a CEO should not do a financing with. I'll change my mind if I'm proven wrong. Proton isn't lying. Pete the Greek, I've seen it myself. Bojangles, you see my name on receiving shares? Because I got to tell you, if I could find your name, I would sue you because you're lying. I have never received shares of GTII. I have never received shares of Finger Motion. Just here to tell the others who are newer. You're just here to lie to the others who are newer. You're just here to lie to the others who are newer. I'm sure my oh no, there it is.
No, I just want to tell you something.
Well, no, you're live. Hang on. You're live. Do you want to be?
I just spoke with my friend at Roth Capital. He says there's no way they would ever try to negotiate a deal. They're locked in at 150, so that's off the table.
Okay.
My friend's getting off a plane. I'm going to tell him to reach out to Martin Chen to get him to call you. And my
ask him why did they announce this on a Friday? I mean, it's so bad.
Listen, it is what it is.
Yeah.
My words to him is with the stock at 118, I would tell him cancel the deal. That's what I would tell him. Or get on the call with William and tell everybody what you're going to do with the dividend and the revenue source and how it's going to drive the revenue. Either one has to be done today.
Yep.
So I prefer killing the deal. That would be my bet. And watch these guys squirm because then it reverses the whole thing.
Yeah, they could raise $5 million with one guy out of China.
Well, it's tough to get money out of China because the Chinese
That's a good point. That's a good point. Capital controls. That's a good point.
They can't get it out of China.
That's a good point.
There's people that want to do it, but they can't get it out of China.
That's a good point.
It's a U.S. company, and that's why Chinese companies aren't investing because it's hard to get the money out of China into this company.
Very good point.
But believe me, we all asked that question a while ago. So it's their job.
I never said I was the quickest on the uptick.
I remember all these things. Listen, one thing that the company's trying to do is build it up, and eventually Alibaba or 10 cents will buy them. But they have to build it, and that's how, and they're at the mercy of the U.S. equity markets, which we all know is fraud. Yeah. So that's the.
Well, luckily we got Bojangles here to keep us in line. He's here looking out for shareholders.
All right.
I'm being sarcastic, of course. All right. All right.
So
thank you.
I just spoke with the Roth Capital guy. He says they never renegotiated deals.
I'm probably going to be live for quite a while longer. There's a lot of questions. So.
All right. No problem. Goodbye.
All right.
Call ended.
Hey, Bojangles, thanks for FUD. Thanks for fraud. Thanks for being a liar. January 20th, we got a new, I think you're right, Mad Max, that to me, next year looks good for Finger. They have to execute. And I'll repeat my view on Finger. I think Finger has to become, at least on first presentation, a simpler story. Hi, Mr. Jones. I have an idea for you, Finger Motion. They are the leader in China in reinsurance for MetLife, Munich Re, and Pacific Life, and they focus on home insurance, whatever. But it's specific, and their margins are 40%. The size of the market is X billions of dollars. They're scaling up. They can control 50% of that market in 3 years. Something simple like that. And number one, it's got to be a simple story. Secondly, as I've said, they need to get to the point where their revenues are repeatable. Projectable and growing, and it leads to cash flow and profits, so that this gamemanship goes away. As long as their profits are growing and it's a believable business, which is also substantial and growing, and it's in reports, and the stock can get, let me just see. All right. Go ahead, Lucky. Just hang on 1 second. I've got to, he wants to, just hang on 1 second. Let's go, Lucky. Come on. Okay. You're free to go. You're free to go. All right, sorry about that. I thought the front door was open, so I had to check, so I didn't let him out. So anyway, if that happens, I'm very optimistic for Finger Motion's 2026, which is our 2025. But here we are, we're listening to Bojangles. He wants maximum pressure because he has shorted 25,000 shares illegally because he had inside information. He's colluding with other traders, and he wants to make his 25, 50 grand so he can have a happy Hanukkah. Heath, that is not the answer to defend these guys. Look, the issue, look, not this year, the previous, well, actually, the beginning of this year. I'm confused, actually. Yeah, the NASDAQ was this year. So it was last year. It was last year. That was when the movie was being made. There was a lot of momentum in Finger. And you heard me talk about it then and be positive. But since sort of that August collapse, I lost money. I was still believing something might happen in September. I would have to describe my views as neutral. But I've at the same time, I've spent my efforts, money, time to interview Martin Shen twice. And I do believe that you have an interesting fundamental story here. But I acknowledge and I listen to, it's a Chinese company, and Chinese companies have been in the toilet as far as investment managers are concerned. And I've also tried to talk about other ideas. But if I don't know what you're defending, what I'm defending, Bojangles. If anything, the person who should be defending is you. But you hide behind a fake name, and you're out there with an open short position, and you're gleeful. This is going to buy, you know, a meal of steak and lobster out with the boys. Good on you. Good on you. How do you stop your subscription on Ace Page from not playing him anymore? I'm done with him. I don't know that answer. I don't know that answer. So I started in the middle and I'm going down. I know I'm behind, but I don't know how to organize this. I remember where I started. I'll go back above it. I'm going to try to answer every question. Buy the dip. I think that may be a good strategy, but remember to trade. Remember to trade. And we have to start learning to trade a little bit. For example, I'll just use an example. What if, I'll do a what if. What if you bought rail at 40 cents? And what if rail went to I'm going to make it up. What if rail went to $2? So that's 5x. And let's say come January, I get on here and I say, Nixie is sexy. Should you keep your rail because you're all excited? Should you sell it? Should you sell half? Well, I'm making these numbers up. What if you owned rail? It goes up 5x, you sell half. You do it in January, so it's a next year tax event. And you take 50% and you buy Nixie. Well, just making it up again. What if you get into Nixie at $4? And let's say, let's use the same ratio. Let's say it goes to 20. That's 5x. So what do you do? What do you do? In the first example, it was 5x. So will rail go from $2 to $10? Maybe. That's 5x. Or do you move over to Nixie and maybe there's 5x in Nixie? I don't know. If these start to show strength, we'll watch the charts, we'll read the news, we'll get a sense of it. But my point is, the idea is to try to make money. You don't have to do it all in one stock. And the other thing is, if you lose money in one stock, you don't have to make it all back in that stock. I agree with Girth Mike that, look, that nothing today has changed on finger motion from yesterday, except they're raising what we definitively know. They've raised, well, actually, it's going to be Monday, but according to what Ham just said, they're not going to renegotiate the deal. So they're going to have 3.3 million shares new. They have 52 something now. So they're going to have 56 million shares outstanding and some warrants at 150, 5 million. So on a fully diluted basis, maybe they'll be at 62 million shares. Is that terrible? I don't know. But every small company has to issue shares to raise money. It's just a fact. So where's the effing dividend? Well, okay, JD. Approximately 8 months ago, Finger Motion announced that they were going to give shareholders a dividend, a warrant as a special dividend. The warrant would translate into 1 share of Finger Motion for every 10 shares you have at a strike price, which I recall being $7, but that might be changed. So they had to go to the SEC for approval. The SEC had questions, according to Martin Shen in his interview with me in June. The SEC had questions, and Finger Motion responded quickly, and there were no problems he saw with his answers. According to his interview last month, everything was approved. Everybody box was checked. I'm using my own words at the SEC, ready for approval. But then the auditor resigned. Their auditor resigned because their auditor didn't want to maintain its requirements to be in some category of auditing. I'm not an auditor, so I'm not an accountant. I don't know what it means. So Finger Motion had to go out and hire a brand new auditor. Is that the company's fault? Is that the SEC's fault? No, it's just life. So the new auditor had to do 2 years worth of auditing. Martin said on his interview with me that he expected that to be finalized in the middle of December. Odds are that audit has been finalized. Why? Roth Capital has done a financing. It looks like they've done a financing. So the audit has likely been done. Now, that audit needs to be shared with the SEC. My guess that's probably happening today, but I don't know for sure. Now, remember, the SEC is mostly Democrats. Gensler's a Democrat. The Democrats lost the election, and it's the Christmas holiday, the Hanukkah holiday, the Kwanzaa holiday coming next week. Then New Year's comes the following week. So odds are today, most of Wall Street, most of the SEC goes on vacation. My guess is the SEC is not going to give their approval for the dividend until January 6th, which is the most likely time that everyone comes back from vacation. But it probably won't be on that Monday. It'll probably take several days, if not a week or so, before they approve the Finger dividend. Now, it's worst case, they may wait for the new SEC chairman to be sworn in. But best case, I think you're looking at middle of January for an SEC approval of the dividend. Once that happens, Finger Motion will announce, or will know anyway, that the SEC has approved the dividend. Then Finger Motion goes to their attorneys and they say, we need to pick a date, a record date. That record date will be 10 days, 10 business days from the time they make their press release and the time they tell the SEC. Possibly 10, not business days, 10 regular days. But it might be more if that falls on a Saturday or a Sunday. It might be a little longer. So I think you're looking at February 1 as a realistic time for the Finger Motion dividend to have a record date. So I don't think you need to use swear words in your question. I don't think you need to be urgent about it. It's just life. And that's just how we find it. We have to wait. It's coming, but we have to wait. I will see if I'll show the report where Ham and William were paid by GTI. Good luck. Good luck. You're not going to find it for me. You're not going to find it. But good luck, Proton. You know you're lying, so you're going to pretend to look for it. I don't know what to tell you. You know, for someone with such low ethics and such low morality to come on here pretending to be looking out for people, I hope you sleep at night when you get a bit older. I'm sure you will. you'll be surrounded by your friends and your wealth. But, you know, I'm not here to tell you how to lead your life. But we all have to answer for our actions. And I don't know if intentional evil is worse than other sins or not. I don't know. I know we're all forgiven. But anyway, I can't answer. That's beyond my. With all the shields on here, it's going to be good. I will not sell my finger shares. It could go to 0. Yeah. You have to log into YouTube and manage your subscriptions. That's it. I remember the question, Ricky. Thank you, Tricia. That's very thoughtful. They said there'd be a dividend for GTII to crush the shorts, but it never happened. Bo, I know you're here to get people to sell fingers so you can cover your short at a profit. That's my opinion. But I never said the dividend would crush the shorts. Those aren't my words in GTII. And in fact, I turned very decidedly cold on GTII a year and a half ago when I came on here and told you that there was palace intrigue. It was approximately August. It might have been July, 2 Julys ago, 2 Augusts ago. So I know you're busy shorting other stocks. You didn't hear that. But I don't know that special dividends make short squeeze. Apparently it helped Patrick Byrne. But you guys, Bo, have everything under control. If there's 20 variables, you have 19 under control. One of them is to come on and behave in a very evil fashion. But hey, you have no pride because you just want to count your shekels. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm not defending one. I'm just saying take response. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't, I'm here because I want people to express what they're going through, but I think the markets should be fair. They're not fair. And if they're not fair, it should be disclosed. These men who have concentrated the wealth and control the markets, it's a fraud. If you're in an ETF, for example, in anything, you're just perpetuating this criminality. The only way to know that you actually hold what's in your ETF is to take physical delivery. But then you can't benefit. Look, the markets are completely set up for a few white men at the top. That's it. It'll take a minute. It's going to take you a lot longer than that, Proton, to find any shares given to me. So thank you for slandering me, libeling me, making aspersions against me. Good luck. But I know you have to cover your short position. Just spent my last 8,500 on run to 250. Well, that was my back. I've learned some things over the last 2 or 3 years. I don't know if you have, and I'm not saying that disrespectfully, but I've learned that fighting Ham is fighting 2 things. He's fighting a war on short selling, and he's fighting the specific shorts in finger. I think the shorts had a lot of money. And I think Finger was squeezing, but they successfully stopped that. But that's the squeeze aspect. JD, I don't want to be repetitive, but I think I have to be. I believe the shorts have finger motion under control, and I've been saying that for months. And when challenged, I've said it when Ham was here one time. Somebody asked me to make my position clear in front of Ham. But that's different than saying that I think that finger motion doesn't make sense as an investment. And it's different than saying that finger motion, what is finger motion? Well, we do top-up business. We do SMS business. We're a lifestyle app. We have contracts for rescue vehicles, for first responders. We do big data. We do cloud computing. We do reinsurance. Well, what is it? We have the Netflix of Southeast Asia. We're a toll gate on the shopping malls. That's very that's confusing. So number one, what finger motion to me has to do, and it will happen. One of these 5 or 6 or 7 core business areas has to come to the forefront. They're not the first company that were doing a lot of things and then one area took off. If I had to bet on what's going to come the most quickly, it's going to be the contract they have for the first responder vehicles. But it could be big data. It could be cloud computing. Anyway, one of them has to, so that finger motion then is that company. I've got to get the speaker going if you want.
I just want to tell you, I'm still there. My friend got off the plane. He got through customs, and he.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. Bye. All right. Bye. So he's just telling me that his friend's going through customs and he's going to contact Martin to get in touch with me. And he said, that's Ham. He said that the money's in escrow. They can't cancel the deal from the short side. So the money's there, it's priced. So it's just the weirdest way to roll out an offering. But maybe Roth is standing against this criminality too. I don't know. But anyway, number one, finger motion has to be dominant in one of those areas so it's an easy story to tell. Secondly, the company has to be able to say that our contracts, our revenue, our cash flow going forward, we are confident in these numbers. Now, they may not say it to us. It may have to come via a research report. But we have to start getting comfortable that their revenue is not going to be lumpy. It's going to be reliable, repeatable, growing, projectable. And it leads to cash flow and profits. And we should get an indication of that in the fourth quarter numbers. Martin said that. He's hopeful that the year could be positive, but certainly the fourth quarter. Wouldn't that be great? Now, that's not a promise he made. That's just what he's hopeful for. He said it on the interview. Then you can start projecting forward. And in my view, if finger motion goes from, now it's at $1, So to go to 2 is 100%. But let's say it goes to 3 or 4. That's 200, 300% from here. Those are huge moves. And it stays there because of cash flow, revenue, cash flow, and earnings turning positive. You've got pressure on the undelivered shares. You do have that. Okay, so let's just focus on the negatives today. But Railtown is giving you an opportunity to buy it at 35 cents. 33 to 35 cents. Nixie is 470. Nixie is acting like somebody knows something. I think it's going to go down. It's made a head and shoulders pattern. And if I had to guess, it's going to go into the 3s. But it's really acting like somebody wants to own it. But I wouldn't chase it. I wouldn't chase Nixie right now. I think it does look like a head and shoulders. This is a shoulder, and I think it's going to come down. I'm telling you, rail and silver. Rail and silver. But anyway, let's focus on the bad news. Let's focus on the negatives, and I'll keep going. Trisha's not a shill, and I don't blame you for being pissed off and losing big money. I'm not going to repeat yourself. I lost a lot of money in Finger and in GTII, a lot of money. And I've tried to learn some lessons from it. I don't think, look, GTII is dead for the first trade. There might be a second trade, but I don't think Finger is on the verge of a squeeze. I think it's under control the way they have it under control with AMC and GME. That's not a new statement on my part. However, I do think there is a large undelivered position, unsettled position in Finger, and I do believe that Ham has studied it for what now, 3 years, 4 years, and knows it cold. But I think it's under control. It's gonna take those elements that I said, or a surprise, to kick it into gear. The criminals have every advantage, and we'll find out if Roth is one of their the last pieces they need. But Finger's not going to go to being seller boxed, and I don't think Finger is going to go to under $1 for any prolonged period of time. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a race against the clock. Martin is going to have to show performance to beat their efforts to get a reverse split happening. Finger today has entered into a definitive securities purchase agreement with certain institutional investors. Some are scumbags for the purchase and sale. One of them is a group called Armistead. They're a scumbag group. That warrant stuff was probably bullshit to keep us hanging on. I don't think so, Ricky. I also, by the way, almost to the point of being a jerk, have kind of been blunt in saying that I don't think the finalization of that warrant is going to make the stock squeeze. It's a step. It's something. But I'm Ricky, not to just to belabor it. Finger announced it. The SEC has to approve it. The auditor retired. The auditor was replaced. The audit has to be completed. Obviously, the audit to me anyway, it's obvious that the audit is completed now, but now you have Christmas, Hanukkah, New Year's holidays, and when do people come back? Do they come back on the 3rd or the 6th? How quickly do they come back into high gear? Is it the first week, second week, or do they wait for the inauguration and then there's a delay after that? I don't know. I wouldn't come down on the side that the dividend's going to be approved anytime soon. I bet it's a month away. Me educating people on what happened has nothing to do with me taking responsibility. Well, I think, Bojangles, if you really want to take responsibility, you should let people know you're a short seller and you're being paid to come on here and spread FUD for short sellers. But whatever, do what you want to do. Accusing everyone with a complaint of being a shill is exactly what's wrong with this community. Well, I don't know. I don't think everybody does that. So you can't blame the whole community. Are there any perfect communities? Maybe. But I don't know that you can blame everybody for making those accusations. Would the community be better if we didn't allow people to say whatever they wanted, like the Democratic Party or like YouTube or like, I don't know. I don't think everyone here is a shill. I don't think everyone who is angry and making statements are a shill, and I'm trying to answer them. I do think Bojangles is. I do think Bojangles is. If anything, it is me taking responsibility and telling others. Well, Bo, why don't you put your name out here? Why don't you put your real name out? Then I'll think you're taking responsibility. And why don't you also tell us whether or not you're a day trader and that you're being paid to help put selling pressure on the stock. I can't prove that, I admit it, but you're behaving that way. All you have to do is study the Basher's Handbook and you fit it to a T. Finger is 117 to 118. 3,573,000 shares. Going back to Trisha, let me come back up to Trisha. I don't want to put Bo up there. And I'm not telling people to sell Finger today because you got triple, quadruple witching. We haven't heard from Martin yet. We haven't heard the other shoe drop, and the deal's not priced or placed yet. So I'm willing to give Roth Capital benefit of the doubt that they will support the post-market after it's priced. That's how we used to use it. We used to say it's priced on Monday. That's not to say it hasn't already been priced, but go effective on Monday. We'll see. And maybe this will go to 150 and you can get a better sale price. But if you guys like Bojangles just want to, anyway, if you want to go with Bojangles, that's one way to go. Another way to go is do nothing, and I understand that too. But in my life, I had to try to rebuild my account. So I have a very small position, and I'm not a big trader. To me, it's a small position. I should put it that way. In RAIF, RLAIF, to establish that small position, I had to sell my small position of NIXX, which I doubled. I doubled my money. And I did that, I don't know, 2 weeks ago or something. I don't remember. Well, it was a bad trade on my part. NIXX kept going up, so I didn't get the best price. And Rail has gone up slightly, but so it looks like shucks, why did I do that? On the other hand, my reason was that I thought NIX is going to be in a sort of a sideways quiet. It had more than doubled. I didn't get that price. I got up 80%. But what were the odds it was going to pull back? Pretty substantive. So far it hasn't. So now what is my view? My view is Rail, and I'm not going to go through all the reasons because we're running out of time. I've done it on other calls. But Rail, under 40 cents, 35 cents, I think it's going to triple by the end of the year. Why? I look at this chart. It's broken out. The all-time high is 60 cents. But this chart, the way it's moving and the volume increases, it's not telling me it's going to 60. It looks like it's going to hit 60 and go through it. So then what does that tell me? I don't know, but I bet it doubles from 60. So that's what's in my head. And I think it's still going to do it soon. The reason is awareness, which they've publicized, the conference, selling their product. It's AI. It's taking a technology, leapfrogging human beings and slow motion software. It's leapfrogging it and bringing efficiency, profits, and saving time and money. And the guy who founded Rail sold 2 companies. He built 2 companies, sold one of them to Microsoft, sold both of them. I don't know. It's pretty exciting. So to me, it's breaking out. And I think Rail could triple by the end of the year. Am I right? We'll find out. Then what I want to do is sell half of that, and hopefully I'm able to buy back my puny position in NIX and participate in what I think is going to be a sexy Nixie run. Well, those are 2 ideas that I think have massive upside. I think they're both on the verge of green. And it's something to focus on. The other is silver. You can buy silver under 40, under 30, but under $40. I think that's going to $90 in the short term. There's other stocks I like out there, but I'm going to move on. Finger 122. No loss if no sell. That's true, Maddie, but Trisha's right as well. That when an investment gets hit so hard, it takes a lot to get it back up off the ground quickly. So the loss, while not taken, it's real on paper. It doesn't feel good, and Trisha's right about that, and I know it, and that's why especially if Finger were to get back in the 150 range and you could still buy rail, I don't know, even, or new money, it would be really interesting to I don't know, move 10%, see what happens. You don't have to take my word for it. What happened to GTII are facts you can look into for yourself. Well, Bo, respectfully, I'm not going to take your word for anything. I think you are a prevaricator. But I've looked into GTII hard, and I've called it out, and I've had a lot of blowback. I think the carcass of GTII right now is being carved up by lawyers and receivers, and that's just our legal system. That's not saying anything bad against them. That's our legal system. So I think GTII is done, but Bo, the facts are Alpine was called into court with a large naked position in GTII, using my own words. It's there in black and white. But I also think GTII was squeezing before Frank Benedetto, Lou Bravo, and Gus Fliakos came out with their lies about COSM. Did they know they were lying? Maybe not. I don't want to get into that. But they popped the bubble and the squeeze stopped and the shorts came in. And it's tough to fight you, Bo. You guys are, I don't think you're a worthy adversary, but you're a tough adversary to fight. Facts are facts. Well, not the way you're presenting them. But GTII is complete. That trade round tripped and it's over. And I don't pretend any differently. And I really think I've learned now I have to be explicit. But I really think that I was giving pretty clear direction for over 1.5 years on GTII. But here we go talking about that. So we're not talking about a way to make money. If you want to have a way to make a little money, you don't have to do much. Buy 1,000 shares of rail. Yeah, I can't give you personal advice. You have to think it through for yourself. Cost you $400. See what happens. Thank God I have a lot of XRP. That will pull me out of this William and Ham mess in 2025. This is a Lynn shit show. Well, congratulations. I like XRP. I don't know where it's trading. I did warn when it was up that it really looked like it could pull back. I would feel better about establishing a position as it's pulled back, and I'm sorry that it's a William mess. Yeah, I'm sorry that it's my mess, Chris. Soon they're going to do a reverse split. Well, Chris, I think that's a risk. I don't think Martin would do a reverse split, but I don't control his decision making. He has a board, but I think if he did a reverse split, it would be devastating. So, but he's in a race, Chris, to, or is it Christ? I don't know. I've never heard anyone called Christ. But I don't mean to be disrespectful. He's in a race to prove the value of that stock. Certainly, if Roth is as shady as I think they are, they wanted to get this deal priced closer to that dollar level, because Roth's real clients are the hedge funds who short stocks into oblivion and then control the regulators and get these outsized gains so that they can pay Juan Soto $800 million a year, in my opinion. Market is rigged, and there's Johnny, I think that's great. You're able to buy more today. But I do want to continue to emphasize, I would have more pedestrian goals for Finger, like 100%, 200% moves. Those are huge. But eventually, we can be surprised. I like DJT. I think it's going to 55. And not straight up, but I think, I like DJT. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you very much. People don't understand. It's not all their fault. And I will say, you all should not have to know everything. Look, I try to explain what I understand it is. I'm sure there's a lot out there that Bojangles does behind the scenes and his buddies do that I don't understand. We shouldn't have to know it. We should be able to rely on the SEC. The SEC is captured by Stevie Cohen, Lloyd Blankenfeld, and Bobby Flink. It's just a fact. Sorry, I came on late. What's the heck going on with Finger? They announced, I don't know why they announced it today, but they announced a financing through Roth Capital, which apparently is binding, and the money's in escrow already. $5 million raised, and warrants for 5 million shares at $1.50. There's no prospectus out there. I'm a little skeptical on the purpose of those warrants, and I'm also personally skeptical that Roth Capital doesn't work for the shorts, because one group and Armistead bought into the deal. So how good a job did Roth Capital do putting this out with good institutional clients? I don't know. We'll find out Monday, because apparently it all closes or settles or trades on Monday. We'll find out. I think it was a surprise to everyone. I don't think people should be surprised that Finger Motion needed to raise money. They had 800 grand at the end of last quarter. I don't think you can grow, make a company grow without capital. And Martin talked about it. But for me, what's surprising is that Roth Capital has done such a shitty job. I'll change my mind if they show me a reason to. Just remember what these people tell you when Finger is done too. Well, I'm giving you a lot. I'm giving you full opportunity to get your message across. I'd appreciate it if you gave me your real name. But I don't think Finger is going to be done. There's always a risk. These are speculative investments, and this is a market which has been abandoned by the SEC. But I don't think Finger is going to be done. And by the way, I was told by a well-educated man that only meat is done. Thank you, Maddie. What's the outlook for Finger? My opinion, it's two things. This has been devastating to the chart. The chart might recover and just look at this as an aberration. That's one. The other is it takes time to work this out. I don't think anything has changed with Finger. I think Finger has a very sound, fundamental story. It has a sound business plan. I don't think they're out of the woods. Here's the negatives on Finger. Is China. No one gives an F-U-C-K about China. There isn't an investment portfolio out there that wants to concentrate in China right now. Number one. What's another negative? Their earnings and revenues have been lumpy. And that's been true for 2 years. What's another negative? What does Finger Motion do? Wall Street's about 30 seconds to tell your story. Tell your story walking. And then hopefully the guy or the girl wants to listen to more. What does Finger do? Well, it's a Chinese click. Well, it's in SMS, text, top up click. Well, it's got a contract for 2 vehicles with click. Well, they're working on reinsurance in China, click. There's nothing that's going to get a institutional or family office gal to say, I want to hear more. Yet. Not yet. But I think, and the other negative is that, they took a deal from the liar, cheating scumbags at the Lynn Partners. That's a fact. So those are the negatives. What are the positives? There's only a minor dilution in the last couple of financings. Is it offset by the accretion? We'll find out. I forgot one other negative. I think Roth Capital has done an absolutely shit job on this offering. And I think all CEOs should avoid Roth Capital. I'll change my mind if they show me on Monday, but I think Roth Capital is in cahoots with the shorts based on what they did. Anyway, so what are the positives? What's the outlook for Finger? There's an interview, Mark, that you can listen to with me, but I would summarize Finger's outlook. I assume you're talking about the stock price. I think the stock price is going to be under pressure for the next 2 weeks. I think there's going to be a period of prove it to me for the next 3 months. And I think the first time Finger Motion is going to break out of the doldrums, possibly, is with the year-end earnings report, which will come out April 15th. Now, what could surprise to the upside would be if they announce a revenue deal or if they announce some bold new initiative. I'm unaware of any of those, but that would be the surprise. So I think Finger is going to be sideways to good for 90 days. I personally do not think you're going to see a squeeze in Finger until the stock gets to 4 or 5 or 6. And when could that happen? When could Finger get to 6? If there's a surprise, it could happen. If HAMSh right about the hair trigger nature of the shorts, maybe it could happen. But I think Finger could take 9 months to get to $6. It could take all year to get to $6. That's how I see it right now. Andres, the stock's still trading on Saturday. Is this allowed in? If so, why? I don't know any place Finger would be trading on Saturday. There's a movement to get 24/7 trading, but the only thing I can think of is if Finger trades in Hong Kong. But I think Hong Kong is behind us, so I don't think it would trade on Saturday. I don't think it trades on Saturday. Byrne and Trump did not say a word in 6 weeks. Remember that Ham lied the last 12 months. Well, I listened to Byrne and I've relayed that. I followed Byrne pretty closely on the voting and on YouTube. I want YouTube to know that I believe that we have a democracy and that the votes last time when the most popular president in the history of the United States got elected with whatever, 86 million votes, and the awful, terrible, misogynistic, anti-Semitic, racist, white supremacist candidate received the most votes in history other than the most popular at 73 million. So that the total votes actually came in higher than the registered voters in the United States. I want you to know that I believe everything was above board. We had the fairest, most transparent, and cleanest election in history. I do not question those results. But Byrne did question those results, and he went to the White House to meet with Trump. And I watched him give a video on it, and he said that he only got to talk to President Trump briefly, and he was not successful building a relationship with Donald Trump. So I've always been skeptical that Patrick Byrne has any in to Donald Trump. Now, there's no question that Patrick Byrne spent $30 million fighting this stuff, and there's a lot of information out there that he's given. Now, he has cancer, that's true, but having said that, I never expected Byrne to be the SEC chairman. Trump didn't say a word in 6 weeks. I kind of hoped that Donald Trump would learn what's going on in DJT, but one of Trump's advisors is Elon Musk, and Elon Musk does not seem to be troubled by the short selling in Tesla. So I've always been skeptical that Trump's going to come out of the gate doing anything. And what would he do, Chris? Make it illegal? It is illegal. It's already illegal. Trump is actually coming in supporting crypto. That's what Gary Gensler worked on for the last 4 years. Crypto. I don't know. I haven't been a big believer that Donald Trump's going to change anything in the markets. We need to hire Alan Polak, who works at Warscher and Bernstein and Sharontel. Alan Polak, who works at Warscher and Bernstein and Sharontel. I think Sharontel's a separate entity from Warscher Bernstein, and I think those are misspelled. And I think Warscher Bernstein, or whatever it said, was hired by that Texas attorney. I think they're all very expensive, but one thing I'd love to know about Sharontel, he's that big guy. I've played his video. Why doesn't he come out and tell us who his clients were? Zip it, Gerald. Wouldn't surprise me if CEO Finger is working with shorts after this bullshit. Why? What the frack would he do this? Pumped us on Univest and now this. I don't know what FFS stands for. I don't think he's working with the shorts. I do think CEOs are at a disadvantage because they believe that Adina Friedman runs an honest exchange. She's just a dupe for the criminals. And NASDAQ's a slaughterhouse. And CEOs need to raise money. We need you to look into this further. I'll look into it. I sent. Let me see if there's a message back. Yeah, I sent in. It's so much easier and more profitable to work with shorts than retail. Of course it is. Shorts rule the roost. I don't, as long as you have no morality and a market maker, why not sell stock that doesn't exist? I don't want to congratulate you, Bojangles, but if your life is just about making money, why did that cocaine guy go to prison? He should have just joined you. It's not difficult what you do. It's not difficult at all. It's not complicated. It's pretty easy. And you never go to jail. Extortion. Can somebody educate me why the stock finger trading on a Saturday? Well, today's Friday. Hoping this is not toxic money. I don't think it is, Steve, but what they did, they sold 3 million plus at $1.50 shares, but they added to it, they were units, enough warrants that it was 5 million warrants. So it's more than one warrant per share at $1.50 with 5-year maturity. I'm curious why they just didn't sell more shares at 150 now, or why the price is at 150, why it's 5 years. And I can't find anything to read yet. I'm suspicious about those warrants because if you're a lying lawyer who works for the shorts, you can show that contract to a lot of different broker dealers and say, hey, you're our only broker dealer. And maybe that's the hedge. But we'll find out. I think Finger's going to have a tough time getting through $1.50. Certainly back up to $2. It's going to have a hard time for the next 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, and maybe longer. What's the bottom for Finger? I think you might have seen it today, but I don't know. The chart looks horrible, but I think you might have seen it today. If I had to guess, you did see it today. Of course, the market's not closed. It's 110 to 111. Almost 4 million shares. If it goes under $1 and they keep, there's going to be tax loss selling. If they can keep, there's going to be no buying. You guys buy a little, but you guys are all committed. I can't. I don't have the money to buy anything. So if they can, I've told you, tax loss selling. If they can keep the pressure on for the next 2 weeks, it might close under $1. And then Martin Shen has to say, do I want to do a reverse split? Of course, he doesn't have to make that decision, I think, for almost a year. I mean, I think it's, I'll have to look it up, but I think it's 6 months, and then you can file an appeal, and I think that gives a year. So maybe it's a year and a half. So he's going to have to be on a race to perform and get agreements. But I think you're going to see the lows over the next couple of weeks. They might be today. Mark, if Roth Capital is a legitimate investment banking firm, they raised enough money with a green shoe to support the price of the stock. If they're just there to help shorts cover, well, it's not going to be great. But Mark, right now, if I had to guess, you're seeing the lows today. But you've got to wait until middle of January to get the earnings. It's Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, New Year's. So any good news is nobody's going to be at their desks. So luckily, there's no margin calls. There's no forced selling. I'm going to guess, Mark, and whatever. It's tough to know what to buy if you have limited resources. But I'm going to guess buying Finger during the end of this year because of tax loss selling might give you a January trade. Let's say you buy it at $1.10, you might be able to sell it at $2 at the end of January. It's a nice trade. It's a trade. But let's see how Rail is trading today. And the other thing on Finger today, I don't agree with him. There are some premiums in that dollar call range. The other thing is, if they can cause an exercise of some calls at $1, Monday morning, they can get the brokerage firms to do a sell-off when people can't meet their calls. Railtown's up a little bit, 35 cents, very little. Well, that's nice volume. Nixie is up 21 cents. NVIDIA is up 230. GameStop is up 98 cents. All right, let me see. Ham's calling. I don't have the speaker, but do you want to talk to people?
They can call me back.
All right, bye. Have to turn it off, turn it back on to get the speaker. T-Lo's at $5. It's up 49 cents. MLSS is up 16%. Tricia says that the stock can go to zero. So Mark, that's possibly where it could go. I don't know where Tricia's coming up with that number. I guess she believes the business model is not viable. It's possible. But I don't see it that way. I think you've got a limited number of shares outstanding. I don't think they're going to do another financing. So it's around 60 million, 62 million
Battery,
shares.
80%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
I've got to do it again. I don't know why it didn't work. I'll call you back. So anyway, Mark, Tricia thinks it could be zero on Finger. Shorts paid premiums for those shares. The CEO of Finger fracked retail, period. Well, I'm surprised how they rolled it out. I think he could have put out a press release. He could have been available today. So I'm not going to argue your point of view. I will say we don't have enough information. We don't know how he's going to spend the $5 million. So did he frack retail or did the shorts and Roth Capital? I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, you're live.
You keep getting disconnected.
I know, because I don't know what it is. Something with they uploaded a new software. I don't know. This is Bluetooth. Anyway, you can talk.
All right, so a good friend of mine who's a Wall Street executive, a good Wall Street guy, said this says this funding has allowed the shorts to cross stock to cover accounts in trouble, but the new account is also stuck. So basically, they're just moving, from account A to account B. They're washing trades. 100% they're doing that. Christian Shaughnessy, I was out, put up a bunch of great videos with him on Twitter. She made it easy for everybody. She cut it down to 10 seconds each question. The CEO of Finger Motion addressing all the issues. It's right there. Everything he said is right there. She broke it down and answered all the questions in 3
I wonder if she's married. No, she's married. I'm teasing.
Right.
She's great. She's great.
She broke it down and she let me know, and I just read them all, watched them all, take a look at it. She just, like I said, she just put it up there. Please, people, just go watch the CEO. People said he's a liar. Everything he said is right in the videos. And she broke it down to 10-second clips. If you're too lazy to watch that, then I can't help you. 10 seconds. She did just 4 or 5 videos, all 10 seconds, exactly answering all the questions that you wanted to know. The deal cannot be canceled. How does the deal at 150, William, help the funders? They're down 40 cents. How does it help them? Right?
No, I agree. Look, there's day traders in here like Bojangles who wants the stock down so he can cover it for a quick trade today. I believe it's going to bounce back to 150. I know that's still not awesome, but
Listen, we're fighting, and the CEO is calling you today.
yeah, let me
But
look.
a
I don't.
big holder is calling him up and tracking him down.
Okay.
So I told him we need to get it done today, and he said he'll get it done. So I don't know where they are, but he's trying to get him. He hasn't answered, and he's trying to get him also. So that's 3 people chasing him down. He has to come out and address. And my friend believes that when he does address it, this is my friend speaking. He will say, this will get us the profitability, and this will make it happen faster because now they can drive the revenue using money. And I says, okay. He goes, that's
Well, going back to your other friend, when we sat in that mall near the near the food court, having coffee, he said, "Look, the one thing that's kryptonite to shorts is profitability." I think that's almost an exact quote, except for
That's exactly what he said. He goes, the whole story goes away.
yeah.
Okay. So these guys pushing the stock down now, and a lot of good people have been buying, are giving people an opportunity to get in on a story, a stock that the story has not changed 1 inch. 3 million shares were sold. The company raised $1.50. That's the only thing that's changed here. These guys are short. If people don't understand the math, 230 million minus 3. There's a lot of shorts to cover yet. And you still got the 1.7 million. All right? We've been documenting this for a long time, every day. If those numbers were false or not close to where we're saying, trust me, the SEC would have been down on top of us in a second. Where are you getting these numbers from? What's going on here? We put it up. We didn't put it up one day. We put it up every day. The data is right there. You're watching Wall Street criminals at their best. They don't even hide the fact what they're doing.
I'm gonna guess, and we'll find out Monday, but I'm gonna guess since this deal is priced, that's how we used to call it on Monday, even though it's already priced set in stone. I'm gonna guess that Roth Capital does not yet have access to the cash they raised via Green Shoe that allows them to buy shares back to support the price. I think this, anyway, right now it's $1.05. $1.04 by $1.08. I think it's going to go up on Monday, but we'll find out.
Yeah, listen. I ask you again, William. What is the negative to drive the stock from $1.50 to this number?
I think it's guys like Bojangles trying to make. Let's say he shorted 10,000 shares on the news, and he's trying to buy it back for a $10,000, $9,000 profit by the end of the day, and thank you very much. It'll end.
Listen, again, from 150 down to here, there is no reason for the stock to be falling this far. This is what you call complete fraud. They're just trying to make people bail out. Like William says, there's people that are shorting these day traders, saying the company's raising money, it's a negative. The people are saying this is negative have no idea what Wall Street means. My concern about raising money was dilution. But if the dilution is good dilution, meaning that the company can drive the revenue and explode their business, then at some point the CEO makes a determination to do this. I didn't make the determination. He does it. I don't know I don't know all the details of what's going on in China, so it's hard for me to say that. But for the people to sell it below 150, where someone just paid $5 million. I don't give a shit if it's a short or a scumbag. They paid $1.50. If they thought they could get it cheaper, they would have done it, but the company wouldn't do it cheaper. They negotiated the price, and that's where it was done. $1.50, not $1.08, not $1.09. There's no reason for the stock to be down here. This is complete fraudulent activity. I can't stop it, but the price will adjust. The CEO will speak, and we will all get the right answers when he does. There's nothing else I can say. Believe me, I'm not. This is 3 days before Christmas, and no one wants to have this happen. Trust me. But
4 days before Hanukkah.
whatever it is. All I can tell you is this. These guys want to play around. I'm going to ramp it up. I'm going to make sure everyone in the SEC knows their faces. The truck is going to be out there. I will torture them. They're not getting away. There's 200+ million shares short they got to cover. I don't care who they are. I'm not going away. And I don't give a fuck what anybody has to say. These guys are going down. They're criminals. So let's look what they did to KNW. Look what they do to these stocks. They drive them down. The company got money. It's down to 10 cents, 12 cents. And that company's working on something for diabetes. It has no chance for revenue yet. It's pre-revenue, meaning that it's worthless. And that's why they take advantage of it. Because they know the company can't do anything. Big Emotion got out of the deal with these guys, and they have real business and revenue coming in. And the contracts are all on the tape. And listen to the CEO, he's telling you. These guys are playing games, and they deserve to go to jail for life. Stocks turn, and they go. Tesla was 200, they took it to 450 on a short squeeze. DJT, they all do it. And they're still selling DJT down. Al Trump, you know what? I would never voted for him if he wasn't going to fix the stock settlement system. I don't really give a shit about anything else. And I can't believe they haven't spoken yet. Devin Nunes, his name is attached to 50 press releases saying he's going after short sellers. Congress is investigating. They need to ramp it up, and he needs to say something. Enough is enough. Guys, this shows you how crooked the stock market is if these guys can do this stuff. Listen, I'm upset about it. Hey, I was upset about MLSS, but I paid $1.01. It's back to 92, right? It's down to 65 cents, right?
Wow, it's 92.
It was 65 cents.
T-Lo's up 70 cents.
Well, I don't know T-Lo. MLSS, I'm just trying to show you. Stock went down to 65 cents. Everyone knows I own it at $1.01. That's stupid to knock a stock down after it comes out with that great news, right? I don't know why it went down. I don't know why it's not going up, but now people are figuring out and it's starting to turn up. Same thing's going to happen here. Unfortunately, I don't have $1 billion to buy more stock. I just don't have it. And William, you don't have it either. So we're sitting here and we're working, trying to make it work so that everybody can get these criminals off our backs. And they washed plenty of trays today.
How long can you talk?
Forever.
All right, start talking because I have to go. I drank too much coffee. I'll be right back. Keep talking, though.
I am trying to catch my breath.
All right.
Again, I'll just recap what's going on here. The company raised $5 million. It's set in stone. The money's in the escrow account. My friend at Roth Capital told me they can't change the deal terms. It's locked in. They paid $150. It's over. It's done. These guys cannot change it. They cannot cancel it. The company's not filing for bankruptcy, as one person said before on this call. The company, they can't change the price of the deal, as someone said on this call. The questions are for everybody here. What is the company using the money for? To go to Las Vegas or to build a business? We know they have massive contracts. Everyone can see it. The videos are right there. Christian Shaughnessy put it up there for you. Yeah, 10 seconds. Go watch it. 1, 2, 3. She put 3 different videos up there, and there's videos in each post. It's on Twitter. So when the CEO gets on this call, which we'll get it on here today. Whether William hangs up, we'll set the call for tonight. William will get it done, and we're going to ask him the questions we want to know. Is the dividend coming? The CEO said the dividend's coming. He's waiting for an audit. I found out from my friend that this is a direct offering, and the audit doesn't need to be done, William, whenever you get back. The audit is not part of this. This is a direct offering. All the auditor has to say on this is go ahead. This is not part of the audit that they need to be complete. So when that is complete, the company's going to issue a special dividend. If the company doesn't issue a special dividend, everyone has a right to scream or sue the company because he says it in the video. He's doing it. That was 1 month ago. He said that. So the special dividend is on the way. Anyone selling stock below $1.50 has been scammed by the short sellers and the thieves and scoundrels. They're pushing it down. I'm sure the naked short volume is going to be big today. I'm told 7 out of 10 shares have been naked shorted. I have someone watching the data in real time. A guy who specializes in the data is watching. But I can't stop that again. The US, these guys have been they're in such trouble that they can't get out of it. And this is, they got a chance. The inmates got a chance to break loose here, and they're trying to get people to sell. That's it. There's nothing else I can tell you. I told you. Did you hear me, William?
Yeah, I'm here.
The whatchamacallit, the audited financials. The auditor this doesn't need to be audited to do this deal.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Wow.
Yes, I got that question answered a while ago. I forgot to call and tell you that.
Wow.
So they didn't need to say that.
So I was wrong.
My friend is reaching out to Martin, and he's going to make sure he answers that question. Because I told him that one of the questions is the audit done. I said, William thinks the audit's done because the deal was done. He says it doesn't have to be done with the direct registration.
Shows how much I know. I'm not an accountant.
I asked you a question.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
The audit isn't done yet, and that will be done.
Thank you.
So again.
So the market closed. Let's see what happened. Finger closed at 107 and it's up 10 cents.
What is it?
It closed to 107. Now it's 117. So I hope Bojangles was able to make 10 grand today.
Listen, these people are like flies. These are guys that work in these day trading firms.
Yeah.
They all steal. They don't know how to trade.
And it's not legal, by the way, what they do. It's illegal.
Well, no, but what they're doing, William, is we can go put $10,000. Anybody on this phone can do it.
Right.
Go to a day trading firm.
Right.
And they'll give you access to naked short using their leverage, using the market maker exemption. So when the company announced they were doing a secondary, all these little SOES bandits, as we used to call them.
What do you call them?
Come out.
What do you call them?
They used to be called the SOES bandit. SOES, I think it was. It's a SOES. That's what we used to call them.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't know what it stands
and
for.
what they do is they all come out, hit the buttons. They're all selling 10,000 shares. They're all calling their friends. The companies raise the money, sell it, and that's what they do. They hit stop losses. People get bailed out. They get taken out, and they push it lower. That's all it is.
That I agree with that.
No one who bought the deal at $1.50 is selling it at $1.05.
And no investors are selling.
And no investors are selling. I can't tell you how many people said they bought.
Same here.
I spoke to one shareholder, and he said he bought 30,000. Another guy bought 20,000, 5,000. Whatever they could buy, they've been buying.
Yeah.
Take away the wash trades here. I can probably say the wash trades at least 33 to 35% of the volume today is wash trades. I've seen them do it. We watched them do it. I told you one trade was over 300,000 shares, went from 1.7 to over 2 million shares in one trade, in 1 second. They're just moving it from account to account. Just think about it. If you're short 1 million shares, William, in one account at $2 or $3, and it drops to here, you cross it, and now you're plus $2 million in your account, and your Christmas bonus is based on that. And now you're flat, and you made $2 million. Meanwhile, some other poor sucker's got it in his account now.
Right.
And they get paid the $2 million. They get paid a bonus on their $2 million
Yeah.
profit. And now there's a new customer that's short at $1.05. They don't care. They just keep moving it around to new LLCs. Right now, they're at the machine taking out all the money they can.
Yep.
That's what they do. some other things I wanted to talk about. I can't even go so
Well,
fast.
your MLSS closed at 93, it looks like. G-Bucks,
Well, I'll tell you what,
119.
If it got over $1, I would sell it and buy finger, but I can't. That's not there yet.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's that's something I would do. I've been waiting to do it, but I can't. I'm sort of hopefully I can walk into it at the right time here, right?
Yeah.
I've been watching it all day. If MLSS got over $1.01, I would sell it out and go to the other side.
Yeah.
What else, William? So, William, why don't you take a break? Because Martin will be calling you, and we're going to do a call tonight.
Well, I promised to go down the question, so I'm going to go down it, but I might cut it off at 5 o'clock and walk my dog and get some dinner, and then I can come on later with Martin if he calls, or I can do it tomorrow.
But as soon as he gets, the sooner the better. Let me ask you this question. Well, let's go. Let's go.
I'm confused what you asked me.
What questions do you want to go over? I'll answer.
Your thing was going in and out. I want to know more about the warrant. I want to know when the next revenue deal is coming, and I want to know how his third quarter, fourth quarter earnings are shaping up. That's about it from what I want to know.
Right. Well, I think the questions that need to be answered are, A, talk about this deal, the funding. What does he need the money for? Right.
Yeah.
The dividend. Obviously.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Right. You can ask about the auditor. Is it true that is the audit ready? Did you need it for this deal? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Because we didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I didn't. I was totally wrong. But I said it with such certainty.
Yeah. Well, listen. I had no idea. It was a great question. And we don't. Listen, people. We don't know every detail from lawyers, accountants. We're not lawyers and we're not accountants. Okay, we're discussing this, and we're trying to stay ahead of the criminals. These guys are criminals. I don't know how to explain that anymore. I know everybody's angry at the company. All right, I got it. I'm not happy either. But the company doesn't control any of this. Zero. Believe me, I know how it works. These companies have no clue what's going on. Is the stock going to get reversed? Why is it going to get reversed? There's no reason to reverse the stock. That was a dumb question. Someone said to you, William, before, is the company going to file for bankruptcy? They had millions in the bank before and they just got another 5. Why are they filing for bankruptcy?
When Ham says they have millions in the bank, when you look at their balance sheet, they have current assets of millions. I forget what it was, 14 million, well, something like that.
Money is used for that top-up business.
Yeah, exactly.
They need to have that cash. It's like a trading account.
Yeah.
They need to keep the money in an account so when they sell out their minutes, they buy more. So it's like a trading account. They can't just keep taking it out, put it in the bank. So it's like a trading account. So they do have access to capital. If they take that money away, they won't be able to buy minutes to support the top of the business or the big data business they need capital for. So if they need the money to drive the new business with the emergency response thing, because he said in there, it takes 90 days to get your money back out.
Right.
So imagine spending $1 million and you're taking away, 20% of the money that's used for the other business. It's going to hurt the other business.
That's right.
So listen, let the CEO explain that. I don't know every number about that. I'm just giving you what I believe is happening, or I could see that's happening. But at the end of the day, someone's hitting a sell button, flooding the market with shares, and forcing this company to raise money at a lower level. Fortunate enough, the company raised money at $1.50 and not at 12 cents.
That's actually, you know, one thing is true. They raised it at 150, not 107. You know what I mean? They didn't. It was already priced. So yes, this sucks. But this will be over. They raised it at 150. I wish they'd done it at 2, but you know, there's a company that I worked with years ago.
William, if the stock was 250, 260, right, we all would have been thrilled, right? The stock was 250, 260. All of a sudden they did this with the discount. We're at 2 then, right? Or $1.80.
Yeah.
I mean, so the damage is being done by the people that are shorting it, pushing it lower.
Yeah.
The funding, the discount is part of the game. Go look at any company doing a secondary. I don't care if it's IBM. They don't do it above the market. They always do it at discount.
That's true.
They all do it the same way.
Yeah, that's true.
This company is being punished by 30% downdraft over nothing. Over guys like your friend Bojangles, whoever the fuck that is. And listen, I don't stand for these guys robbing people, robbing my family and friends. I do not stand for it. I can't help the company raising money. That's part of the game. All these companies raise money. GameStop raised money. AMC raised money. Those two companies survived by raising money. And they're still going around. GameStop is at $30 now. And they raised they sold 140 million shares. And I'm the first guy to tell you the shorts bought it. Not one person can claim responsibility for it. We'll see the same thing here. Let's see who stands up that they bought 800,000 shares. Who is it? Whatever it is, 1 million shares, whatever it is. Who bought them? Let's see if anyone files on it. If they didn't file, you know the shorts bought it. So the shorts basically are giving the company the money to go out and assassinate the shorts. That's what I see. Because the company now has got 5 million more to build out a business that they think is going to be a big business. If the business that they're raising the money for is a penny ante business, that's a negative. But if it's for big business, a big revenue, it's a positive. Anything else, William?
Well, there's plenty, but
Go ahead.
none of them.
I don't want to hear shitheads. I don't.
Yeah, they're all shit. It's all shitty. It's not a. There's not a good. There's not
Listen,
a.
listen. If I was Lynn Partners, and the company just did this today, I would do exactly what they're doing. Hey, we're screwed anyway. Sell another 1 million shares down to $1. Let's break their back. What's the worst that could happen? We're going to get blown up anyway. What's the big deal? Another 1 million shares. Let's fuck with them. I would be surprised if Lynn is buying every share back from these guys who bought the float, bought the dividend, who bought the secondary. Everyone who has there's 5 million warrants. In order for those guys to get access to the warrants, they have to pay the company $1.50. That's $7.5 million more. So they become self-funding at that point. There's no free warrants, nothing. They have to pay for them. And if they want to short against them, okay, William?
Yeah.
The most they can do is 5 million shares, right?
Well, if they're doing it legitimately.
Right. Well, I'm just saying if they're going to short against the warrants, right?
Right.
If the company is driving revenue and profitability, how long before they stand there and get run over? What did my friend say?
Well, he said they would cover themselves. They get scared of that.
So once the company's profitable,
That's right.
which Martin said, it'll be over with. So that those 5 million warrants, I expect them to be converted and cover shorts with that, and cover shorts with it. Hold on a second. I expect those to be converted. The company to get $7.5 million more. And the company will get a nice little war chest to be profitable and move forward. That's what I see.
Right.
I didn't sit around here for 3 years watching a company grow and to have people call up and say they're going to be delisted, they're going to go reverse the stock. Those are all nonsense things. I reported each day the criminal, the short number, everything about him. I put a truck in front of the SEC 15 times. If you think we're a fraud, who would do that? Who calls the police? We did. Lynn Partners isn't calling the police because they know they'll get arrested when they call the police. KNW shows you what Lynn Partners is all about. It's right there in front of you. I reported it every day. Those poor people don't stand a chance because the company has no revenue. They're pre-revenue. Pre-revenue means they're going to get bent over and they're going to get fucked. That's what happened there. Finger Motion has revenue and is driving revenue. A very different source. Overstock went from 30 to 3. They did the dividend. It went to 128. Finger Motion didn't go from 28 to 3. I owned it at 28 and lost all my money. We went down from 4, 5, 3, 2, down to here. I got it. It's down. We all understand it. But we're down and not out. The things we want to see are coming up. Companies can't move fast enough. I told you that. We can't even get the CEO on the phone call today. Who knows what he's doing? Here he is. He thinks he did a good thing. And it turns into a shit show because of naked short selling. That's what I see. Anyway, I'm going to continue to pursue and get you the CEO. And we will have a call tonight as soon as I get it. All right, Tim?
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna go down. I'm not gonna go back up, I don't think. And I'm gonna quit at 5 because I gotta walk my dog, but I'm gonna do my best to answer these questions. Finger and Martin Shen must be sued immediately before it's too late. Martin Shen must go. Okay, that's your opinion. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on it. But if someone wants to sue Martin Shen for this, I think you'd have to ask. I don't know what your basis would be, but and Martin must go. We haven't, Chris. We haven't heard the whole story. We've seen the filing, and I believe the day traders drove this down. Bojangles made a lot of money today. But we haven't heard the other shoe. What's the money used for? I mean, when you raise money, what's the use of proceeds? There is no filing. I looked for it. It'll be in there. What's the use of proceeds? It'll probably be boring, general purposes. But then we'll get some color when we talk to Martin or on the earnings report. And what would be amazing is if he could announce, my guess is, and I'm emphasize, I don't know anything, but my guess is the money is needed to fund the emergency vehicle deal. Well, we'll find out. Tricia agrees. Technology. Martin came on here to sell us. Well, I don't think you were here. and I don't agree with you. But you can have your opinion. Your opinion's getting heard loud and clear, Bo. I hope you had a profitable day. Ryan Sartell, we need to turn cash flow positive. Otherwise, it's a reverse stock split and delisting. Well, they're already, to my memory, cash flow positive. But I think the earnings, and it's all by memory, but I think the earnings were slightly, whatever. It was minus a penny or plus 3 pennies or the other way around per share. So the company is not going to delist. Well, you're talking about delisting from NASDAQ. If it comes down to it, I'd tell them they should. I think NASDAQ is horribly run by Adena Friedman. I think Adena Friedman is a disaster. We were the product, not Finger. Bo, I'm giving you too much. I don't. GTII style. Trisha, go back to the corner and work. It was a ridiculous question and deserved a ridiculous answer. And I cannot be, he made me look ridiculous. And a man in my position cannot be made to look ridiculous. Okay, so I think you're talking about that zero. That makes sense. That's the kind of answer I'd give. Finger ran out of money, and Martin Shem would do every deal to keep the shit show Finger running. Are you just making that up? I don't think Finger ran out of money. They roll 13, 15 million every month in either top-up business or SMS. Can't wait till they do it together. And it's always profitable. I don't know that they ran out of money. I'd like to see your evidence of that, Chris. How many felt good after that interview? I felt all right, although I had gout and it hurt walking home. So I was a little worn out. I got up early, got the train, raced over. I could barely walk. Yeah. I mean, I could walk, but it wasn't perfect. That was the point. What was the point? Bottom, if you can buy here at 110 instead of 210, I think it's a nice spot to enter. Yeah, I agree with you, Johnny. I agree with you, Johnny. Never trust a smiling chat. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. This place is not for racism. And it's not for insulting comments like that, Chris. The only reason I'm not banning you is I promised to go through this and absorb everybody's comments today. But my opinion of you just went to the basement. I have zero respect for you, as I do for any racist. We need to hire Polak. Yeah, I somehow saw that before. Martin should be locked up at Rikers Island. Well, look, today's action were the short sellers. They're the Bojangles and the Chris's. All we've seen so far is a horribly managed offering, at least news from Roth. We'll find out on Monday how Roth responds, and maybe I'll change my mind. Ham said Trump and Byrne would help us. No comment. The countdown was fraud in slow motion by him. Chris, your point of view is completely been ruined by the fact that you're a racist. So far, I've been Greek. Oh God, another bit of racism. Maybe it's just they're all men. Maybe that's the problem. They're all men. I think in your first two cases, regardless of how you characterize them, that's true. Not the characterization, the fact that we're screwed. I don't think Finger's story is finished. I don't think it's finished. It's been a bad day, though. What's that in the road ahead? I don't know what that means. Blah, blah, blah. Make people poor. Yeah, I would agree. It's a lot of blah, blah, blah. I don't want to make people poor, but that's certainly, Christ, that's certainly how it feels today with Finger. I don't think Finger's over, but, you know, your point of view may be good. GTI, Logic, CRTD, and now Finger. Well, just to be clear, Steve, Ham did not ever support Logic. Logic is on me. Ham never supported Logic, ever. Never. So if you want to blame who's responsible for Logic, that's me. GTI, CRTD, and Finger, all three were things I found out from him. As another investor who I respect said to me, he said, in fairness, you had a chance to get a profit in each of those. And as much as I wanted to get mad, I had to agree he was right. All those CEOs are criminals. I think the Greek guy is, well, it's an opinion, but I think yes. And based on what's been filed on Reichman, I think you're right. I don't think Martin Shen is a criminal. Yes, Ben, Martin did say he was going to have to raise money. He did in the interview. So I'm not surprised by that. Martin just pulled a Roger. Well, I don't agree with that, Ricky. Roger, it was a drum major. Roger was transparent to me from the start. And Roger lined his own pockets, so his lifestyle is carried. Look, I've met Martin Shen. I've seen how hard he works and the care he takes. And I do believe that Martin is doing this to perform for shareholders and for investors. It's a rocky road. I don't think Martin's in here for self-aggrandizement and to steal a pot of money from shareholders the way I think Roger Rabbit did. That's my opinion of Roger, the man with 3 first names. I think that guy was a fraud, is a fraud, and stole money. I do believe that. I do believe that.
Bob, tell me.
When the company is close to bankruptcy, look, you know what? It's not. And the company's not desperate. And I don't think he acted desperately. And Chris, I reiterate, I don't like racists. He said he wasn't going to raise money this low at 150. Actually, Trisha makes a good point. It's mixing 2 different conversations, but she makes a good point. I'm trying to remember, Trisha, but there was a point where it was stated, I don't know by him or by him, that they wouldn't raise money under a number. I remember that, Tricia. She's right. She's right. That's what the banksters want us to believe. All CEOs are criminals. Well, the SEC goes after CEOs. There's no question. They're trained to go after CEOs. They're not trained to go after Bojangles. I actually think that it should be made illegal for CEOs to sign toxic notes. And I think it should be made illegal for bankers to take money from the shorts. They can prove it. Those two things would change everything. Martin sold us out. Well, you might be right, but let's hear the other side of the story, Ricky, which is, what are the use of proceeds? Let's find out what the use of proceeds are first. Hey, John, why cancel the money offering with Univest, then 4 days later do a private placement below the market with Roth? Wow. It's a good question. I would give two answers in favor of what's happened. One is that maybe Univest only offered toxic financing, but I don't know that. I'm just giving an answer that might be. And then secondly, on the private placement with Roth, maybe Roth did an analysis of the company, and they have an analyst, and they came up with a valuation at $1.50. It's possible. So let's look at it from the more devious side. Why do it at $1? Well, the only deviousness I could see is possibly Roth and I don't know this yet. We'll find out. But maybe Roth is just a long-term banker that works with the hedge funds who sluice money for the shorts. I don't know. It's a good question, John. It's kind of perceptive. But this offering is only roughly 3 million shares. Yes, it's 150. And I hate the warrants. I want to hear more about the warrants. But it's a limited amount. Deals, what's weird, I was starting to tell you about a company, he just texted me, that I worked with, who raised money. I raised a bunch of money for him. And then he did an offering on a deal at, I forget, $4.50 a share. And his stock was trading at $7 or $8 or $9. And he was so honorable. He honored his word at this lower price. And I got all frustrated with him. Why did you do that? And he said, well, I told him I would. And I said, all right, well, they took advantage of you. This is what they're doing. And they're selling stock at $9 and they're giving it to you at $4. Well, Bill, I told him I'd do it. So anyway, but what I noticed later on, he got a couple of deals done that worked out great in a really strong way for shareholders. So, you know, deals are deals and they're not always perfect. And next time, maybe you do a deal that's better for shareholders. I'm down 80% on finger. Only option I have is hold. I've been trying to say that that's not always true, but okay. I'm not going to repeat my argument. It is a good question, Tricia. I agree with you. Extortion in play? Well, yeah, Peter, to the extent that we've known about Roth Capital, at least I did, that Martin was going to go into New York and meet him, I think for 4 months, might be 3 months. And maybe once you start talking, you get it along, and we're going to raise money for you at this price. And then right at the table, well, we've talked to our investors. We can only get it done. My opinion is the criminals drive the price. The criminals have shorted the stock. They tell Roth Capital, we're only going to do it at $1.50, and that's my opinion. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Bankruptcy. Well, okay. Christ, we'll find out. I don't think Finger's going bankrupt. I don't think so. I can't make a bet worth anything, but oh. So Martin got back to me just now. He said it's been a crazy morning, as you can imagine. I guess he's traveling. He said it's good capital for a good purpose. Give me a shout, so I'll do that. I'll try to get a hold of him. I think Shen got a kickback from the shorts. He couldn't refuse. I'd be careful accusing people of being doing criminal things. You might be one of them. There are a lot of criminals on this chat, but I don't think Martin is criminal at all. I think he's a very honorable man. So I'd be careful making those kind of accusations. When the company is close to bankruptcy, yeah, it's not. Chris, you're a racist. I'm not gonna put any more of your comments up. You are a racist, and that's it. Pete the Greek, on the SEC website where they put reports, you can find, Pete, you can't find my name there. So Proton is a liar. Where do you see the bottom for Finger? I think you saw it, but that's just a guess. Finger has, Chris, I'm not going to deal with racists. Well, Proton is making his statement. You accused me of receiving shares. Where do you see my name on there? Proton. Anyway, you've gotten your 15 minutes. Lots of people shouldn't be in the market. I think that's probably right. Or they should be learning lessons that, I don't know. I've learned some lessons over the last 2 years. I'll tell you that much. And I'm trying to absorb those lessons and teach. Not that I have anything to teach, you're going to say, but I'm trying to adjust for what I've learned. Oh my God. AMC, Ricky, AMC. I don't know. I never liked AMC or GME. Of course, I missed both squeezes, but I never liked them. But anyway, that doesn't say anything about me. I wasn't involved, but I did talk about it. I hope Finger goes back to Tucson. That's almost 100%. That's a big ask. I think it's more likely it goes to 150 and maybe 155, 160. Next year, that's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks from now, maybe it goes to 2. We'll hear what Martin has to say. William has a girl in his house. He does. Yes, I did. Mark, you're funny. Chris, I'm just not. Are we still waiting for the dividend? Yeah, it'll come. The dividend will come. But I don't think it's going to do anything. I never did think it's going to do anything. It might catch the system out. As I told you, Gretchen, Finger, when it had the no, that was GTII. Yeah, that's not Finger. The stories in my head. But it's still coming, but if you just heard it, the audit's not ready. It's Christmas time in Washington and Democrats rehearsed. I don't think it's coming soon. Bo, I think it's working out just fine for you. Just fine for you. Well, I hate to point out that life-changing goes both ways, since I've been on both sides now. And clouds, illusions, I recall. It really had all. I've been and love's illusions I recall. I really don't know love at all. I'm going a lot more quickly because I'm running out of time. I'm not talking to racists. I remember that. He's here for the laughs. I remember that. Stop avoiding my question. Why cancel the money offering with Univest and 4 days later do a private placement below the market with Roth? This is the second time I saw this. I answered it the first time I saw it. My guess is the Univest either couldn't do a deal or it was a toxic deal. And then my further guess is the Roth arrangement might be a good one. There might be research. And maybe when they got to the table, they lowered the price. I do believe that Roth has to perform on Monday, or Roth is going to be, in my view, an investment bank CEO shouldn't deal with. But let's see what Roth does Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday. We'll see. It's a bad time to do a deal. You need to hire. Yeah, I read that one. You did. It was embarrassing. Was I paid by Finger to do the interview with Martin? No. No, Martin did. I offered, but Martin paid for the room. I wasn't paid. I paid my train ticket. I paid, anyway. I don't know. Proton, maybe I should join you guys. I should just go get some money behind me and start shorting, day trading without any capital. Maybe I should do that. I know, Heath, don't worry. I'm trying not to be mad at anybody. I'm just not going to deal with Chris because he's an outright racist and he can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. This was a small offering. I agree with that. And it depends. I'm telling you guys, it depends what the use of proceeds is. We haven't seen that side. We haven't seen the prospectus. All we've seen is the Bojangles shorting the stock. An offering we were told wasn't going to happen. That's not true. Are you making things up? I think, sorry, I'm having a Joe Biden moment. I think Trisha, it is Trisha. I'm going to go with Trisha. I think Trisha, it was correct. It was said before, I think the stock price was $4 or $5 and he wasn't going to do it at $2 or $3 or something. Well, after 9 months on Adina Friedman's market, the stock is down. But, when you think about it, what market cap should Finger Motion have? It does something like 35 million in revenue a year, but what's the margin? Look, I raised money for a company many years ago. Good company, is still around. I forget how much their revenue, but it only got 1x on its revenue. Why? Because it wasn't growing. I don't know the metric it should have. But maybe 150 million, 100 million is what Roth Capital decided it's worth right now. Let's find out. Here's cute Lucky. Guys, it's all good. You know what? We got the rug pulled. I don't know. I'm just a little old, sweet man. Lots of laugh. Thank you. He promised no toxic deals. Yeah, Matthew, this is different than I thought. I thought he was going to take, you're not wrong, but we haven't heard the use of proceeds. And I will say, this is it hurts. 3 + 5, 3. It's like 8 million shares, 8.3 million shares total. On top of 50, so he's 60 million outstanding. It's all right if he can stop that. I agree with you, Gerald. Well, I think Lynn Partners are criminal. I'm not positive on Roth Capital. I'm just reacting to what happened today. But I was wrong. I was told this morning the deal was done today. Stupid. I didn't read the, I didn't hit and read the news story. That's on me. Let's find out what Roth does next week. Then I might agree with you. Wow, Kitteridge, 300,000. Then he's not going to even come on anymore. Thank you, Matthew. That's awfully kind of you, but I guess I feel like it's my duty, but it's not about me. I hate that people are losing money, and I hate that there's real people and there's pain. I'm not so pleased that the shorties are making money, but doesn't Martin carry out due diligence first, Lynn, then Roth? Yeah, but who do you trust when you're a CEO? You go to these lawyers, they lie to you. You go to Benchmark, they blow smoke up your rear end. And then you go to Jeffrey Easton, who's just a fraud. And you need money. I don't know. I don't know. It's Sunil, it's the system. I think if they don't fix it, they need to disclose what it is so that CEOs know what they are getting into. All right, Lucky, 10 more minutes. I think that's possible. I'm moving more quickly. I got 10 minutes. I don't know that number, and it changes. I'll ask that. But I think Kevin, they make or lose a penny a share, roughly. So their burn rate, I don't know depreciation and taxes, but their burn rate is pretty close to their revenue. So they're trying to move into higher margin business, but that'd be one argument why maybe the market cap shouldn't be much more than what Roth Capital calculated. I don't know. Guys, it's a journey. Yes, but it's after 6 months. Jim, let me look it up. You can Google it, but I think it's after six months. And I think let's look it up. Let's look it up. The failure of a company to meet a minimum closing bid of at least $1 for 30 consecutive days can trigger delisting. So it's got to be under a closing price of $1 for 30 days. This is according to Zacks. When consecutive days. When this happens, NASDAQ issues a deficiency notice to the company. It's also your filings if you're behind on that. Any company receiving a deficiency notice has 4 days to file an 8K or issue a press release. After receiving a deficiency notice, a company has 180 calendar days, 6 months, to return to compliance. A company warned about its shares' minimum bid price must achieve a closing price of $1 or more for 10 consecutive days. So it takes $1 or better, well, less than $1 for 30 consecutive days triggers it. Then you have 6 months to get it to $1 or better for 10 days. And if a company has a minimum market value of $1 million in shares held by non-affiliates, outsiders, the company may achieve a second cure period of 180 days. So that's it. I sold my entire finger shares at 123, took about a $3,000 loss. Well, I'm sorry about that. If you still want to try something, I might suggest rail under 40 cents or under 50 cents. Or just jump to Nixie. Or just stay out of the market. I don't know. Or silver. All right, I just got to go down quickly. Fingers on the verge of a reverse split. I just read to you. Let's just go over it again. Delisting is triggered by the failure of a company to meet a minimum closing bid of at least $1 for 30 consecutive trading days. Okay, let's get through these. I don't agree with you, just Mike, but I understand your feelings. I'm sorry we shine a light on Martin. He is our representative, not Roth Capital. That's fair enough. But we haven't heard from Martin, have we? And we haven't heard the use of proceeds. So let's see what happens. Do you think this lowers the squeeze price? I suppose. Could it go to 500? I don't think there's a squeeze pending in Finger. Ham has a different point of view, and I think Ham's could be right. But I've told you, Benjamin, I think Finger has to get its price up to a point which causes pain to the failed to deliveries, and it's got to stay there. How does it do it? Better definition of what it does. Visible, powerful, growing, repeatable, reliable revenues, cash flow, and earnings. And I think that can happen. Guys, these people here, they made big bets during when this got announced. They sold, and they needed to keep the stock down all day. They want you to sell. All these people who are here supposedly, not everybody, a lot of people have legitimate observations. I'm just talking, you can pick them out. I think I can. I might be wrong. They just want to keep, they wanted to make their profits today. That's all it is. I don't agree with you, but we'll find out. All right, his point is spot on. I wish the CEO would. Yeah, I agree. I think maybe it should have been a more coordinated. Anybody could have predicted that you needed to. I think you saw the bottom today, but when I say that, doesn't mean it's going to be the bottom. Any stock can have one day or it can have a correction, but I think that was the bottom. Where is Martin? 119, disgusting. If Finger isn't going to squeeze, there's 1,000. Oh God, that now that you wrote that, I think Finger could squeeze soon. I think Ham might be right. Maybe we'll find out from him. It's really hard to get capital in the small companies. I think that's right, David. That would be very positive, and we'll find out. We'll find out if the money was raised to fund the vehicle deal. That's Kid, I like that. I'll leave it up, but I gotta race to finish. Martin went through this with Lynn Partners. Yeah, a private deal. Yes, I think that's fair enough. However, we've got to hear what he's saying, and it might be a good capital deal. This sell-off is these hot hands trying to make money. I've made some assumptions, and I don't like that Roth handled it so far this way. But let's see what they do on Monday. Let's see what they do. That might be, Alan. I can understand that. All right, let's. Here's an investment idea. My volatility index played out pre-market and switched 75% to Sailor. It's going to go to 1,000. Roll half more into DJT, adding 25K in 1 hour to finger. And that's auto mags. That's what I think needs to change. This is self-evident. This is you don't even need to explain what proton is. It's overreacting. Ricky, I like that. I hope I hope in I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you're just as happy as you can be. I hope that breaks out. That's what we're looking for. You can't trade this on margin. $2, they won't give you any margin, and probably not in most accounts, not all the way. That's bad English. It may be all the way up to $5 that you can't get margin. So I doubt there's any margin. The deception is Martin seemed to have a deal that no one expected him to sign. Loss of confidence. Yeah, I can understand that. That's not true. You're making that up. You're making that up. There were dividends. You got one dividend for, I forget how it worked. You got 10% for how many shares you owned. There might be a record of that. There might be a record of that, but you're just making things up. You're lying. I bought a lot of GTII, so I got dividend. That's good, Ricky. I think you're smart. I like that, Nunya. Nunya. Oh, would our warrant be at a similar price? That's interesting. I don't know. All right, Lucky, we're going to go. Yeah, we trusted, and we got to still trust Martin. Until we hear what he has to say, we still got to trust him. You know, this isn't like walking into the Chase Manhattan Bank and say, I need $5 million and I'm willing to pay the interest rate you have on your door, it's a negotiation. So Phil thinks I'm no better than Doug Sifu. I don't know who Doug Sifu is. I've promoted stocks that have only tanked. I don't think, number one, I haven't promoted. Number two, I have given ideas. And I would agree that, Phil, that GTII went from 9 cents when I first saw it to $9. But I would agree that it's been straight down ever since. Finger Motion went from 17 cents where I bought some to $17, but it's been pretty much straight down ever since. And CRTD went from, I don't know, I can't remember, like 20 cents to $1.50. And then it's been straight down to nothing. But I don't know that you're right. I would take credit for other calls I made, which I'm not going to talk about. I don't care if you believe me or not. But there were other ideas that have worked out. Thank you, Kit. Merry Christmas to you. It's not that Martin raised the money, but the terms. Well, we don't know the terms yet. We know the very basic, but I haven't seen it. It hasn't been filed, so I don't know the terms. Nunya, I listened to many ideas and theses, but investments are my own decision. That's right. I've got it. Yeah, buy the dip. Maybe that's right. Johnny, William, apologize for nothing. We all buy on our own. You don't run the company. Yeah, thank you, Johnny. Have I bought today's dip? No. If I were a trader, I probably would, but I'm not that way. A day trader, I mean. And Jack, if I had money to invest, I would buy RLAIF, RLAIF, and I'll let finger go up and down. I think RLAIF is about to break out, and that has energy behind it, volume. I'd rather see that. If I had more money, I'd buy Rail and I'd buy Nixie, NIXX. That's what I would do. And if I had even more money, I'd buy physical silver. That's what I would do. And if I had more money, I would look to buy Logic in the tax loss selling at the end of the year. Those are 4 ideas right there that I'd rather do than buying Fingers dip. But if I had all the money in the world, I'd be in there building a position in Finger. I just don't have all the money in the world. Are we really shitting on Shen for dilution when we have 230 million fake dilution? Yeah, that's interesting, Bo. Trisha, I'm assuming every involved is shady from now on. Well, Trisha, one thing is I'm not going to assume you're shady because I don't know you. Trust is gone. After the trust is gone, how could you lead me on? Oh, oh, oh. I'm just going to go quickly because I'm not going to read everything. Thank you, Big Vic. I mean, it doesn't mean I can't be wrong. I mean, frankly, I'm learning too. I've learned a lot. Well, maybe. It's your stance. They raised $5 million just to pay salaries. Well, we'll find out. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think anybody sold shares. Somebody up there just said he did. He sold his entire position and lost money. So some people did sell, but I think it's all back and forth. I think it's people like Bojangles selling, using a market maker, selling 10, 20, 30,000 shares at 210 and buying it back at 109 at the end of the day. And they can go buy a car, they can go on a trip. But they don't give you their real name and they don't take the abuse. You're a big mouth. I don't mind. Look, it takes courage to have a big mouth. And by the way, how do you ever learn everything if everybody's silent? You know, Tricia, I don't. And you seem to defend your position, right? So I have no problem with that. When GTI comes back, we'll have the same amount of shares, we'll lose shares. You'll probably have the same amount of shares, but the problem is it'll represent 5% or 10% of the new company. So, but you could get your money back, possibly. It just depends on the deal. And you might have to wait. I'm almost certain you'll have a chance to invest more money. That's why people are interested in the GTII shell. But I really think GTII is finished in terms of a trade. I do think there'll be a new opportunity in GTII. My view is there's other opportunities out there right now that are better than GTII. GTII sucks. It's done. It's finished, I think. I don't have time to go through it, but it will be crammed down. We will have a very small ownership of the new GTII. Nobody's doing it for free. Everybody's taking a piece of the pie. How long before Finger raises more cash? Yeah, it depends on what they need it for, if a big deal comes, but also how long. I don't know the answer is bottom line. I have big losses in all three, and I'm not proud of it. Hey, Lucky, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm not going to read that out loud. I think, Ryan, a lesson learned is when a stock goes from 2 to 270 and you're looking at the charts, which I read to you, and it shows 260 as resistance, it's possible you trade 10% and do something else. It's possible, but I'm not going to say, I don't think people expected this raise right now. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. I know. I love your dog. I love your dog. But Chad, I believe that was 2 years ago or so, and I believe that whole background story. I don't quite. Anyway, I've adjusted. Okay, I didn't know that. Yes, I do. I'm not a big account, but I'm essentially that's what I own, other than non-tradable things. So. Doug, did you buy in the gold company? I can't remember. The gold company isn't trading, and everything's fine. If you want, I will buy your position from you, Doug. If you don't want it, I would love to have it. Just I'll write down your name. Let me know. If you bought it, you know my email, so just let me know. I'll take it from you. Logic is me, not him, and I don't think Logic is over, but I think Logic got destroyed by Aubrey Advisors and Chadron. I don't know what to tell you guys. Either you recognize that the market is full of fraud, or you believe it works. But to think there's no risk, you're chasing short squeezes, which is, chasing, I don't know what, the perfect Western woman. You're not going to find one most of the time. Zane, what am I lying about? And, I don't, okay, I can live with that. That I don't know the stock market? Okay, I can live with that. I'll admit I don't know the stock market. If that's what you're accusing, it's not really lying. It's just saying you don't think I know the stock market. Okay, I can accept that. But you came close to being banned because whatever. That's true. If Trump speaks, it could go, yeah, you're right. You know, that's a squeeze is not up to the CEO. And that's just a fact. Zane, what's your real name? Now that you've called me a liar and an idiot, basically. Proton, the GTI report S1, William got 11,000 GTI shares from his existing shares exercise warrant at 10 cents. Get your fact. These are not free shares. Oh, well, okay, so that's where my name showed up. And that's right. I did get 11,000 shares because I owned 110 something thousand shares. Need to source reputable lawyer to sue Shen, not Hoffman. Not Hoffman. I'm laughing because I thought that was a woman's name, Sue Shen. And then I see what you mean. All right. Is there a call set up? Not yet, but he did respond to me, so I'm supposed to call him. I've got to stop. It's already 5:30. Never make love to friends. Oh, I can? All right, cool. Okay, Mike, I see your point. All right, I'll get it, but I just... That's not true. You were very specific. You were very specific. Is that right? Is that right? Well, I'll try to work on that this weekend, Babcock. Yes, the dividend it doesn't have anything. Yeah, it's tax loss selling. I don't seem to be upset about I'm not. I think it'll bounce back. I've never seen Finger Motion as a day trading stock. I think it's a longer term fundamental play, and that's how I see it. I'm not upset about it. Collective audience, I hope that goes up next. That's right. I didn't receive shares. I owned a lot of stock. And I believed. Yeah, I think, Tricia, what's happened over time, lawyers have split. CEOs are supposed to look out for shareholders first. What lawyers have done is split that so that they've convinced everyone that if the CEO looks out for the company, then the shareholders are taken care of. But if they don't look out for the company, the shareholders get nothing. I think it's got it. You were correct. Shareholders first, companies and CEOs last. No, I don't think he knew it, but I don't know. Damn it. Hello?
Hey, William?
Yes, I am, but I'm trying to get off. I got to walk my dog. No. If you, I can put it on speaker. I can't get the Bose, but I think they can hear you. All right, they can hear you. Go
All
ahead.
I know is that I just walked back in. I went to my pizza. I came back home. It's 126 bid. So it's firming up after hours. All of a sudden, there's buyers here trying to cover. The shorts are out here trying to buy in the aftermarket. All right? And I'm assured, William, that Martin will be calling you. So keep your communication open. And hopefully you can get this thing and get a call tonight for half an hour later on with Martin so we can put this to rest so everybody can hear what the CEO has to say. A big shareholder told me they got to him and he's going to call you.
Okay, good.
So, and that's what I want you to be aware of. As soon as you do get him and you set up a call, you let us know. Bring him on YouTube and ask the questions and just, and just do what you have to do. Or do it any way you have to do it. I don't know what you do. I'll answer these questions and put these fraudsters to bed. And William, I just wanted to say one other thing to everybody here. I posted it. My friend in TELO called me up. They washed 1.7 million a few minutes before the close today. One trade.
Wow.
How's that one?
That's pretty amazing. Maybe
in the same spot, in one spot. This is the thinnest stock of them all. One guy owns the whole IPO, remember, everyone? And he told me that you want to see through it, and he pointed out to me I was driving. 1.7 million shares in the same spot. A buyer and seller found each other and left. They're washing trades from one account to another. It's right there. It's in different names. It's always different short sellers, but the same thing, the same patterns. And for the people that are posting negative stuff, go fuck yourself. Go call a cop. We have all the proof.
I'll go anywhere you want. I don't care. They're not getting away. Jeff Easton and his buddies are going to jail. All right? I'm going to do everything in my power to get to Cash Patel, Pam Bondi. I will do everything to get to where I have to be. I'm not afraid. I have no sell tickets. I'm not worried about that. There's no wires coming for me. Nothing like that. I go anywhere. Jeff Easton has a boatload of money flying all over the world. All right, him and his buddies. They're going down. They want to keep playing. We're not going away. Someone paid $1.5 for $5 million worth of money. Selling it down to 103. Those are shorts pushing it down. And now they're trying to come back and scoop it up. I told you the pattern 50 times. They drive it low, and then they come back and scoop it up. This is their pattern. This is the same pattern. It doesn't trick. It happens in all the same stocks, whether it's GameStop, DJT, whatever it may be. They did it at MLSS, you name it. Push them down, and then they come back and scoop it up. That's how shorts covered. How do you know that? Because I did it. I covered for shorts. That's how you cover a stock. You just don't go run and buy. They knock it down first, and then they come back and cover it and make people bail out. Then they call up and then bash it and they put negative stories out there. Nothing's changed. The company raised money. Every company raises money. Get over it already. All right? The companies fought for years, staying away after they cleaned up the Jeff Easton mess. They fought and they did everything correct. If they needed the money, we'll get the answer on why they need the money. I don't know what it is, but if they need the money, that's part of the business. I want the company to survive and grow. I believe it's going to be a big deal. All right, I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, so be it. But I want the CEO to tell us he got the money to do X, Y with it. Is he giving us the special dividend? We need that answer too. Is the audit complete, William? We need that answer too. Basic questions. I'm sure the CEO's having a tough day too, everyone yelling at him. So when you do ask the questions, be direct, get the answers, and move it along. All right, William? William? Hello?
I'm here,
William?
just watering my dog.
Oh, okay, no problem. I just want to make sure you heard me, and I'll let you go, and I'm going to leave my pizza for dinner.
Okay.
And when you hear from the CEO, please let me know. I can let everybody know I have 100 people that want to come on anytime. I just got to send out a message to everybody, and they'll all join in.
Okay.
All right, Wayne, go walk your dog. Have a good night. Thank you.
All right. Look, logic is not over with, but clearly they're not going to get the 7 mergers done. I don't know the status for sure. I am aware of a little bit that I can't talk about, but I do have a text in to Brent. I'll find out. I'll try to find out this weekend. I'm very aware of logic. I personally, that's where my money went, is in logic. And I still believe, I believe in Brent, but PS 71. Brent, I don't think he's in charge of it, but Brent engineered the recruiter.com, RCRT, recruiter.com, with the Radix AI. And then it turned into Nixie. So my opinion is he's focused on that. But it's a fair question. It doesn't look like it's happening, and the shorts are selling it, and maybe they win. But I don't think so. I'm going to do everything I can make sure it doesn't happen. I got to go walk my dog. I've got to go walk my dog. He's pacing. You had a Zoom call with Martin Shen 2 days ago? Wow. Pretty amazing. All right, Lucky, we're going to go. I just can't finish. I just can't finish. I would agree. They could have waited 2 weeks. I agree with that. But we don't know the other side. What's the use? What's the use of proceeds? We don't know that yet. All right, Lucky, I'm coming. Let me just see if there's anything I'm avoiding. Here, we'll put that up. Martin knew what he did, and I am complicit. Okay, maybe I am. I don't know. I don't know how, but okay. All right, Lucky, I got it. It's just so busy today. Is there any way it could go to $3? Sure, but not right away. It's going to take time, and it might take months, might take longer. I don't know. Okay, there's Keith's point. I agree with that. It's been a long year and a half for me, sir. $5 million less, and we don't know the use of proceeds yet. We'll find that out. Hopefully, he can turn that into this contract. Remember, he has a big contract with the Chinese government. If he doesn't fund it, he loses the contract. We'll find out. I asked about capital raise coming. I called you a shill. I'm sorry if I called you a shill and you're not. I'm sorry about that. Down 45K. I'm sorry about that too. I'm not challenging you. It's hard to know who's a shill sometimes, and I apologize to you. Please stop talking about RLAIF. Finger has killed people, and you were going sideways. Okay, guys, Doug wants me to not talk about rail, so please don't invest in rail. Doug doesn't want you to. Just sit in finger, and we'll see what happens. Doug, I made a prediction at the beginning of the call. Finger was 129, rail was 34.5 cents, and I predicted at the end of the year rail would be worth more than finger. But don't listen to me. Doug doesn't want you to listen to me. You're fine. Game over with me. You're fine. My bad that I called you a shill. I didn't mean to. You're fine with me. You're good with me. Talk about stealing a finger. All right, Doug. I'm going to look you up. Let me just see if Doug's in my email. Lucky, I'm not going to be able to walk you. So take a shit right in the kitchen, please. All right, let's go to, what's your name, Doug? Doug Peterson. Okay, gold stock. Doug put in Doug put in, okay, let me see. Doug put in $5,000. Okay, Doug, please contact me and I'll buy your note from you. You're going to have to sign a transfer, but I'll buy your note from you for the gold company. That means you have the right to buy, I think, 250,000. That's fine. Doug, send me an email. You know my address. I don't know exactly when. I'll do it as quickly as I can, but I'll buy your note from you. I'm sorry about Logic. That happens to be my biggest, and it's also my deadest position. What did I steal? What did I steal? But anyway, Doug, I don't want you in that. You don't deserve the gold investment. I want to buy it from you. You shouldn't be in the gold investment. I'll buy it from you. Blame the victims for their losses. Look, I have losses, and I consider myself a victim. I'm not naming who I blame. I don't think it's helpful to blame. You got to. Anyway, I've given my ideas. I don't know if there's an easy way back to being whole. But game over, for example, I don't know how many shares of Finger you have. You say your losses are 45,000. I'll just make I'll make a bold statement. Let me just see. I'm going to figure out how to do this. Okay, let's do it that way. Yeah, game over. I'm not sure how much money you have, and Doug is telling you not to listen to me. But and by the way, Doug, on the gold company, you may not have heard, they are moving forward, but they're waiting on the big investment. It hasn't come yet, and that's really on me. But I still stand by. I'll buy that back. So anyway, game over. If you were able to buy 10,000 shares of Rail, I have a feeling you might be able to make that 45 grand back. Or alternatively, if you were able to buy 2,000 shares of Nixie, I think you might be able to make that back. But you don't have to do anything. You don't. Doug's telling you, don't listen to any other ideas. Let's just talk about Finger, which I don't think I've been all that enthusiastic about for a while, but Doug thinks I have. So anyway, Doug, please, I can't do anything about GTII. I can't do anything about Logic. I can't do anything about Finger. I can buy your gold company back. And you're accusing me of stealing? You signed those documents with the company. You wired, I just saw, you wired the money to the company. I think you need to calm down. But I'm going to recommend, if you don't let me buy it, I'm going to notify the company that they should return your money. And I'm going to do that tomorrow. I want to be very clear to you. You've just made an accusation that shows you don't deserve that investment. I am going if you want me to, I'll buy it from you. Otherwise, I'm going to tell the company to return your money. And I will have them do that as soon as they possibly can, Doug. I no longer will vouch for you as an investor in this private company, which you should never have had access to. Am I clear, Doug? I will buy your shares, but if you don't want to do that, I will tell the company, and I don't care if I buy them or not. I am going to tell the company to return your money. You should not be in that investment. I made the recommendation as a way to make back money for people who lost money, but it still has risk. To be clear, it still has risks. I think it's 100-to-1 return, but it still has risks. But hey, you're accusing me of stealing. I want to buy those shares, or I'll just have the company send the money back to you, Doug. I'm contradicting myself. Oh God, Drew. You say you shorts have it in control. I don't, look, I'm not here to argue with Ham. Ham says what he says. I say what I say. I believe the shorts have it in control. What do you see? What do you see? Do you see the stock go up? It's like with GME. I think they had it in control. Everyone told me, oh, Roaring Kitty's a genius. Anyway, I'm not going to argue with you. Finger is a disaster. Is there a legal way to get in from the status of mergers in the long run? No, I don't think those deals are going to close. I think there's something else in the works, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm waiting for the answer. I think the alternative can be very exciting, but I'm positive. I'm positive on it. Under $1, it's not good for a penny stock. Well, where would a penny stock be? Over $1? This is very important information. I have several Chinese stocks. China is collapsing. It's corrupt from top to bottom. You got to process that. Sold most of my finger. Okay, I'm glad you're in rail, but everything has risk. I'm sorry. Make sure you don't buy it back for 31 days, so at least you get the benefit of the loss. Oh, I promised I'd go through this. Yeah, I think XRP starts to be at a price that you could start to buy. I never banned you. Martin isn't being silenced. He just contacted me. I don't know where he is. That's possible, Todd. That's possible. I gotta go walk my dog. I'm sorry, I have to go through these quickly. just have to go quick. I've got to walk him. Also, both you and Ham could bail on us, and you haven't. You're here taking the heat, whether we ultimately win or lose. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's nice. I thought you were saying something else. Both you said Martin would involved with the shorts in any investment, so I would think. We're not clear that he did get involved with the shorts. Let's wait till see what Roth does on Monday. Let's wait till Martin talks. The shareholders could have funded. I agree with that, actually. That Martin could turn to us to raise the money. I agree. Chris, NMTR, next trip could squeeze. Skinny whale. All right, Lucky, I know. Shorts get warrants and we're still in the dark. Have you spoken? No, I didn't. I've been on this. I didn't expect to be on this call all day. I didn't expect this thing, so I haven't had a chance. I will though. MULN, GTI, CRT, MMTLP, and now finger. I don't know. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. You do what you want to do. Chris is zero debt, cash flow positive. I give my real name. You have my name. What about self-funding and my other points? Self-funding. I don't remember. I'm speeding down. Yeah, I definitely let them know how upset investors are. I just got to roll. I got to walk my dog. If I turn off, I won't ever see these again. I don't know that he's not going to get in front of this. We don't know that. Gosh. Lucky, I'm coming, Lucky. I'm coming. Yeah, he did say he'd raise money. I don't blame you for being pissed off. I'm trying to be very tolerant because I understand people are pissed off. I really do. Starting January, managers holding short positions that's great. But of course, they'll just set up another LLC. they'll just hide it. Just skipping. I don't know. I'm giving Trisha a lot of say-so here. Why did I caption the call like that? Shen must go. I did? Oh, all my point is rail and finger are unrelated. That's all my point was. It's just totally I don't blame everybody for being stressed. And I'm trying to stand in here a little bit. I know I'm failing based on the responses. I'm being accused of being a liar, a stealer. Is that true? Exact one, the Demi Moore scene in Margin Call. Wow. Wow, Demi Moore. Demi Moore, Demi Moore. Dennis Moore, galloping through the night. He steals from the rich, gives to the poor. I will never hear the CEOs dancing saying can't disclose. You might, I don't think you're right, but I can, CEOs have to follow a different honest set of rules where the shorts can. Oh gosh. I've just got to scan it down. I don't remember putting you on for a month, Akira. I'm sorry if I did. I don't remember that. I have a lot of people doing it, but oh God. Oh, thank you, Steve. I miss Gronk. I miss Gronk, and I miss you and Cindy. Gronk. What a puppy dog. I can't read all these in detail. We'll just have to do another live. I agree with that. I think somebody knew something. That's why maybe Roth works. Maybe somebody in Roth works with the short. Hey, we got. I don't know. It does look that way. I think he will make himself available. Yeah, Logic, it looks like is going lower because it's end of the year. I warned you guys. There's tax loss selling, and I know. Oh gosh, lucky I'm coming. I will, Johnny, but today I made a promise to everybody that I'd go through every question. It's a stupid promise, I guess. Thank you, William, for being man enough to be here for the hard questions. No one was selling down here. So I was, yeah. Let's go forward and adjust. Let's adapt. It looks like you're a football player. You have to. I'm not, but you have to play the field. Yeah, he did. He just sent me a text. Let me read it. I'm not going to read it exactly. It says, nice to hear from you. Sorry I forgot to text back. Crazy morning, as you can imagine. That's exact. But then he says, it's good capital for a good purpose. Give me a shout. Actually, I read it to you. So I will once I get off, or I'll do it tomorrow morning. I don't think short squeezes are good to chase. There's Check Pete's, Nascladano. Yeah, it's Canadian. I don't know what one you're using. RLAIF is US, but it is a Canadian stock. Go back to singing Joni Mitchell. That song is actually a Neil Diamond song. Yeah, I agree with you, Peter. I don't know the warrants. Why should the warrants be at 150? I don't know. I'm going to try to find out. Words cannot express how disappointed. 4 days of canceling them at ATM. They do below market. Why? I'll try to get an answer to that. I don't think they ever had. They may have had an ATM Express, but I don't think it was ever activated. But I'll try to find that out if I remember to ask. Not everyone's me, I'm a pumper. I'm being sued by my landlord for not paying. Well, I gave a long explanation for that last time. Let me just cut to the chase this time. We have a dispute and he took it to court. So I tried to resolve it, 3 weeks ago, and his attorney wouldn't let me sign the document. So yeah, you can view me bad light. I'm a, you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to listen to me. You really don't. On the other hand, please listen to action clips if you can find them. Toya Moy Pes. Hey, Miles. And Maddie. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, but I just got to spin higher. I got to spin higher, faster. Thank you. I am almost legend. I appreciate that. It actually means a lot to hear positive. There's several I skipped over. Thank you, Gronk. Gronk, here's your treat. Gronk. Hey, Susan Michaels, Candy and Steve, they're the best. Thank you. How do I say thank you in Czech? It's not spasiba. I can't remember. Spasiba. Spasiba Bolshoi. Hey, Benjamin, I'll go. I'm going from Martin is not in front of the filing. I think that's right. Go take my damn dog. He's not a damn. I got to the end. David and Fernando. Let's finish on Fernando. First GTI, then Finger, then GDC, then ZJYL. I'm disappointed. Yeah. I think you have to change your framework right now on Finger to a longer term horizon. I think you'll be okay in Finger. GDC and ZJYL are squeeze plays. I don't think they're over with, but they're risky. They're squeeze plays, and they are China. They are China. All right, Lucky, let's go. Let's go. All right, everybody. Naskladano. And peace to everyone. I'm sorry about today. It sucks. But as Rose Kennedy would say, tomorrow the birds will sing.